What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God!
That's right. Shop smart. Shop S-Mart. You got that?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whoever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however many times you're doing it, however good it feels, and however many times you plan on doing it again, and why you're even doing it in the first place. I'm just glad you're doing it right here on Legal Vices. That's me and my channel. That was a little intense, wasn't it? Anyway, how are you? We are here, and it is a day. It's a little bit of a serious day today. We've been spending the last few days and some of the time in between with some of the Depp v. Heard sidebar shenanigans, making fun of people and having a good time. This is not one of those days. This is some serious stuff we're getting into. And I'll let you know right now in advance, there's going to be some law racks rants as this goes on, perhaps right from the very beginning. This is off the proverbial damn hook. Hey, Meme Raid, what's up? Meme Copium people bringing it in. Welcome, Josh, Meme Copium, and all you copy memiums. Welcome, welcome here. Wow, where to start? Oh, hey, chat. Just thinking of you guys. Here's to the pre-show chat.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
If you know, you know. But here we are. We are here now. And we've got a few things to get to. Our super special guest of the evening will be joining us as soon as possible. But if you're just watching this on the replay crew, I advise you to skip ahead about 10 minutes from now. So about the 15-minute mark is where we're going to get into the meat and bones of this. We've got a lot of ground to cover today. We've got a lot of ground to cover and a lot of stuff to get to before we get to covering that ground. So without further ado, as the French say. All right, first of all, hit the like, hit the subscribe when you're good. We've got 357 people here and 154. Literally 2/3 of you, 200 of you haven't done your job. Get down there and hit that like button. Hit it. I know we haven't talked about anything yet or given you any single reason to like us yet, but just do it anyway. Hit that like button so you don't have to do it later. And if you haven't subscribed today, I hope you will have mercy in your heart and subscribe to me. Get those numbers up. We're just getting this close to being at 63,700. Just that close. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. And again, I cannot say this enough. People have been getting dropped subscribers left and right. Me, Ozzy, Radix Verum, and a bunch of other people just being swept across the board. Deletions by YouTube for no reason whatsoever. So if you have subscribed, please just look down there and double check and make sure you are still subscribed. Thank you. And then take our like and subscribe poll. Today is pretty much a straightforward poll because I'm curious as to what you think before we go into this and throughout the evening. So today's like and subscribe poll is what, and this should only be taken after you hit the like and subscribe, but there's about 50 more people than subscribers. 50 more people have taken the poll than have hit the likes, but we're working on it. 403 people here concurrently, 221 people have hit the like, so 200 of you still haven't done your job. Get in there and hit that like button. All right, today's choices for the like and subscribe poll are: you believe that Murdaugh is guilty and it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the evidence. Your second choice: he's guilty, but you don't think it was proven by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Or 3, you just believe straight across the board he's not guilty. And 4, who in the mocha dick poon is ALEX MURDAUGH? So those are your choices. If you've just been under a rock and you have no idea who he is, that's your fourth choice. And let's see, that gets the like and subscribe poll out of the way. Get that like button, come on. We could easily get up to 600 likes a day with just like that. If I was DSP, we already would have done 2 bubble blowing things for 100 chats for 100 likes each. But all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here as far as let's get the super chats and the other stuff's addressed before we get too far behind on those, because you people are freaking awesome and freaking generous and are freaking amazing supporters, and I love each and every one of you. So let's hit this. Nicholas Starov's Trial Watch starts us off with 100 sexy monies. Thank you so much for the sexy 100 monies. If I am drinking today, Jeff is too. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for reminding me. We forgot to do our drink of the day. So thank you very much for reminding me of that. But yes, you are correct. Let's take a brief moment and do that. It's a daily thing we do here. If you're new to the channel and haven't seen this before, we do a cocktail or an alcoholic beverage of the day. And today is an annoying one for me. It's annoying because, God dang it, I'm allotted 1 liter of alcohol you can bring into Korea duty free. The most I've ever smuggled in was 8 liters at one time, and I figure that's a little bit much. So I try to keep it around 3 or 4 liters. So the alcohol allotment space in my luggage is extremely limited. And I wasted 1 space of my allocated liquor bottle storage in my luggage to Angel's Envy. It's fairly commonplace in the States, but it is impossible to get in Korea. So I mean, it's not a bad bourbon. It is what it is. But you just can't get it in Korea. So I said, let's just bring a bottle back with. And that was 3 weeks ago. And I have a liquor store straight across from my office, literally right across the street. Went over there today to see what they had. And I'm staring at like 8 bottles of Angel's Envy. So I literally wasted a spot on my luggage with something that could have been filled with an amazingly exquisite bottle of alcohol. Whatevs. So apparently Angel's Envy is available in Korea now. And let's see, we got to do a little bit of explanation. Bourbon, really quick. You didn't ask, but I'll tell you anyway. Bourbon has to be at least 51% corn. It can only be aged in charred new American oak barrels. If you do anything else to add any flavor whatsoever, it can no longer be called bourbon. And what happened with Angel's Envy is that's what they did for like 40 years. And then they got the idea, let's do something else to it to affect the flavor, which means they can't call Angel's Envy bourbon. But what they've done is they've put it, after they've aged it in the new American oak barrels, they put it into some port wine barrels for a little extra finishing. So they can't call it bourbon anymore. It's Angel's Envy, Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey finished in port wine barrels. That's its official name. It's not bourbon. It's Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey finished in port wine barrels. But we just call it Angel's Envy bourbon anyway, even though that's not legally correct. And that's what it is. For Angel's Envy, the name is actually really cool because when you put alcohol or anything into a barrel, some of it evaporates as the wood breathes. Some of it evaporates, and you can lose anywhere from 3 to 10 or even 12% of your volume per year. That part of the alcohol that just dissipates into space is called the Angel's Share, if you didn't know that. But they named this Angel's Share because they said the stuff that's left in the barrel is so good, even the angels are envious and they can't get to it. So that's why they named it Angel's Envy. Cute story. But let's get into the actual taste of this thing, shall we? Okay, folks, today's whiskey, the whiskey of the day, the drink of the day is Angel's Envy, Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey finished in port wine barrels, 43.3% alcohol. Oh, I love that sound. Let's get a little whiskey ASMR for the day. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, right off on the nose, right, just the nose. The first thing that hits you is this caramel, this molasses, maple syrup, orange, a little bit of hints of orange. Not so much of an alcohol burn, a little, something a little, what's the word I'm looking for? What am I thinking? almost like orange chocolate, like those lady fingers, that the orange sticks that are covered with chocolate. Vanilla hits you straight on the palate. Just the first thing is a blast of vanilla. And it goes into fruits, some like ripe, dark red fruits, and straight into citrus. And then kind of sort of melts it. Now we got like the maple syrup flavors coming back. A little bit of toasted bread. A little hint of bread, a little toasty thing going on. And that chocolate is back on the finish. Oh, yeah, that orange and chocolate on the finish is just exquisite. So it is a great whiskey for the price point. If you can get your hands on some Angel's Envy, go right ahead. It is a decent, good whiskey. Cheers. All right. That's our drink of the day. And what we do, again, if you're not used to that, that's kind of weirding you out. We just clip that every day, and then we upload that as a separate little short. Our cocktails we make and the whiskeys review. But as Nicholas Starhoff was saying, I've read most of what we're going to be going through today. It's heavy stuff, and there's going to be a little drinking going on. We've got some wild turkey here and some Coke, so it's going to be a wild turkey and Coke night. Drink the melt off the water. But before we get started, we need to bring in our guest of the day. Yesterday, we had witty, funny, hilarious, audience favorite Megan Fox join us. But today, given this subject matter, given the seriousness of what we've got to talk about, we're going to be joined by investigative journalist and hard-hitting reporter Megan Fox.
Hi, well, hello. How are you, Jeff?
I'm angry, and I haven't even started yet.
Oh my God, me too. I started catching. I can't believe when you told me about this. I was like, I hadn't heard about it because I'm tuned out. I have to go to work today, so I'm like, not looking at anything. Holy shit! Can we get to it? I want to read it. I didn't. I watched a couple of YouTube videos, like some news reports, and here's my main thing, and I'll just get out there right in the beginning. I have thoughts about this. As much as I don't believe that Murdaugh is guilty of anything, or other than this financial stuff, because I don't think he's guilty of murder. He's such an unlikable character because of his, financial crimes issue. I wish this had happened to Zachariah Anderson.
You wish it would have happened to a nicer guy.
A guy that everybody loves and, that also got screwed. Like, well, why can't we get him a new trial? Because I think something's wrong with his jury, too. Nobody cares if Murdaugh doesn't go away for murder, because he's going to go away for life for the financial stuff anyway. So I'm feeling frustrated on that front.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm feeling frustrated about as soon as I get the lid back on the Coke. All right. Well, there's a reason I'm wearing Flux's Killdozer Don't Tread on Me hat today. And that's because what we're looking at here is exactly the antithesis of what the American jurisdictional, the American jurisprudence and the judicial system is supposed to be about. It is the exact opposite. We are supposed to be able to have a fair trial. And this is clearly, if anything, if even a little portion of what we're going to get through today can actually be factually proven, then this is an absolute travesty. This is the whole idea of the Don't Tread on Me going back to 1775. Was the tyranny of the government, protesting against the tyranny. Now, this person is this court clerk, or clerk of court, as she's called, is not somebody that's appointed by the judge. Is not somebody that walks in off the street. Is not somebody that files an application. This is an elected position. This is a representative of the state government influencing the jury in a double murder trial.
God.
That's what's going on here. That is reprehensible if even a single smidge of what's alleged can actually be proven at the end of the day.
He's going to get an evidentiary hearing on this for sure. For sure. Do you think they'll televise it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, at least the grift will be strong with this one. So,
yeah.
I mean, it is really upsetting. It's just that he's such an unlikable character that I don't know how many people are going to care about this. And I care about it. I mean, injustice is terrible. Tell me, Jeff, I didn't realize that she published a book already. I thought she was coming out with the book, and you say you have excerpts of this book.
Well, it's attached as evidence to this affidavit we're going to be looking at.
I can't wait to read this.
Oh, you can, but you can't, if you know what I mean.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't wait to read this. This is insane. That she would. Why would she admit doing this? She must, as a clerk of court, know. She must know that that's
She didn't admit it in the book. Let's get in on how all this came to be. But first, we have a few. Well, and yeah, before we get back to the remaining of the super chats and monthly memberships and things, what again infuriates me, and it's something I've always said: I don't give two shits if someone is guilty or innocent, if someone did something or didn't do something when I watch a trial. What I care about is justice served fairly and properly in accordance with laws and the Constitution of the United States.
Right.
I don't care if he did it. I really don't.
Yeah.
I don't know any of the people. It's not me. It doesn't affect me one bit. But what does affect me is when you have things like this happening, these miscarriages of justice, these illegal acts, these improper acts. If you're going to convict someone of double murder, do it fucking right. Mm-hmm. Do it fairly, do it on the evidence, and do it morally and honestly and above ground. That's what I want to see happen. If he did it, go ahead and nail his ass to the wall, but do it with evidence.
No,
and the reason that infuriates me is because if we don't insist that a government that literally has the power to kill you, Megan, they can kill you, and they love to do that in Florida.
They love it.
They love to do it in Utah.
Yeah,
they love to do it in lots of places. Texas, it's like
in Idaho, they're bringing back the firing squad. I mean, they're just all hopped up on it. Yeah.
This is a government that has the power and the authority to kill you, or effectively kill you by taking you out of the gene pool for the rest of your natural life. They have to be held to this high standard of behavior, or else one day they may come after you or one of your loved ones and say, well, we didn't have to meet this burden of proof in every other case we did. So we don't have to meet it in yours.
It's infuriating. And I also have questions about how did the bailiff not notice some of these things that supposedly happened?
We'll get into it.
Where was the bailiff? Because the bailiff, I know, is very tight with the jury, watching out for the jury, watching the jury, observing what's going on with the jury. So who's the bailiff? Is the bailiff involved in this?
We'll get into it.
All right. Somebody
you're chomping at the bit.
Somebody wants a short summary. So why don't you give a short summary? Because we really haven't.
Well, we're going to get a short summary because Dick Poon and his other lawyer, they did a press conference. We're going to watch their press conference. It's about 5 minutes, and then we'll go through all this. And if we have any time left, we'll watch the question answer session that came after the press conference.
Wonderful.
Joseph, you won't measure that shot glass, coward. Says, all I have to say, all the people who were hating on the body language / crying appear to have underestimated how dumb these jurors were. Well, again, let's see. Oh, now there's fighting words before we can. Now you got some fighting words here. I saw someone shake Legal Vice's martini once. Outside of that, haven't seen this amount of vice rage before. Yeah, do not fucking shake a martini, and it better not have vodka in it. Just saying. It should have tea in it. The Dragon's Treasure. You don't have to go to such unethical lengths if someone is that guilty. Just say it. And I'm just saying you should all go on over to thedragonstreasure.com, get some tea. He's got some coffee there as well. The Dio, the Demon Extract, 2 great coffees. I've had them both. I like them. I'm a massive fan of his teas. I have about a dozen of them laying around the house now. Great teas, but 60 different teas every month. You can buy them separately in leaf, just loose leaf, or you can buy them in separate amounts already bagged up. So go to Dragon's Treasure to get tea bagged or whatever it is you want to get done, and use code VICES. You get 10% off if you use code VICES, and that's a triple win. He gets a sale, you get 10% off, and I get a 5% kickback that I can put towards more tea. So dragonstreasure.com, thedragonstreasure.com. Sorry, go over there and get some tea. You know you want it. And Leafy Fifi Foo, a member for 6 months. Are they going to make us sit through the most boring murder trial ever for a second time? I hope so. I hope
he gets a new trial. This is outrageous. And you know, this time I'll pay attention. I didn't pay attention to the last trial so much. I watched a lot of your coverage, but I didn't watch every single minute.
You and Steve did a lot too. There was a little bit of jokey going on whenever we could find some jokes. But this isn't funny at all. Law Nerd Clips or someone needs to do a top 5-10 instances of legal malfeasance from trial streams.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. There would be a lot, especially from that Kenosha prosecutor. Holy shit, that guy.
In Zachariah's case, Jeebus. Jason J, $100 bet. No one will face charges. Any bet takers. Well,
yeah, that's the thing. So even if he gets a new trial, right? Well, actually, no. This clerk actually could face jail time.
Oh yeah, very easily.
If it were the prosecutor, though, there would be no charges. If it were the prosecutor, they just pretend like it never happened. He'd get a new trial, but nothing would happen to the prosecutor. But she's not a prosecutor; she's a clerk, right. So she may be in serious trouble.
And Huge Ass says, Law and Order has become unintentionally hilarious. Hope you mean Law and Crime, or do you mean Law and Order? Oh, Law and Order. Okay, yeah, we played the clip. Sorry. Yeah. Marv White, did I miss a quick summary of situation before we dive deep? Nope, we're going to get right to that in about 2 chats. RBRB member for 10 months. I have a sworn affidavit that says Lawrax chat is the best. Well, you don't need a sworn affidavit because that's just demonstrably true.
It's a fact.
It is. Wolfram, Jeff, calm down. Watch your blood pressure. Oh, we're just getting started here. So, without further, again, as the French say, adieu. Let's get after this. The first thing we're going to watch, this is the initial press conference that was held immediately after they filed this motion, and then we'll go into the motion itself.
Oh, I can't wait for this. Let's get it going.
Let's get it on, as they say. And I like Preacher Guy back here with the Murdaugh guilty thing here. Let's bring this on up. Yeah, he's got the Murdaugh guilty thing there, and plus he's wearing his college graduation robes, and he's carrying some serious gold bling around the neck.
That guy? Is that a Satanist in the background? Is he?
No, he's a preacher.
He's wearing clerical robes.
He is. He's a preacher. He's a local preacher, apparently, because he's got the collar. He's got the heavy duty mega gold cross. So gratefully donated, probably by the tithes of his members.
He looks like one of those play acting Satanists. Crisis actor, Miss Rand. Looks like a crisis actor.
All right, let's go.
To stay ALEX MURDAUGH's appeal while.
We'll back up a little bit.
Today, Jim Griffin and I filed a petition based on newly discovered evidence with the South Carolina Court of Appeals to stay ALEX MURDAUGH's appeal while a hearing is held on a motion for a new trial. Concurrently, they are not asking for an appeal. This is not an appellate issue. They're saying just put the appeal stuff on hold. We're asking for a new trial. And so what this motion we're going to read is it's a motion to allow them to file the motion for a new trial. And we'll get into that a little bit later. Great. Now we're buffering because I touched things. Request to the South Carolina U.S. Attorney to open a federal investigation.
They're calling for a federal investigation.
Civil rights. The allegations in the petition filed today speak for themselves, but we believe they explain a number of peculiarities in the 6-week trial. We request that SWED stand down on initiating any investigation of these allegations, since they are heavily invested in maintaining Alex's convictions. We suggest they wait for the Court of Appeals to rule and receive direction from the trial court. If the Court of Appeals remands the case for an evidentiary hearing, if the Court of Appeals remands the case for an evidentiary hearing, we would also request that those in the media and the public respect the privacy of those included in this filing. Jim and I want to thank those on our team who stand behind us and have worked tirelessly to ferret out the truth. ALEX MURDAUGH maintained and still maintains his innocence in the murder of Maggie and Paul, and believes the truth will ultimately prevail. Jim?
The right to a jury trial. The right to a jury trial.
Tell them where to stand.
Principle of our justice system. Jurors must be free from outside influences and must decide the case solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom, subject to the rules of evidence, subject to the rules of the court, and most importantly, subject to the crucible of cross-examination that's guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution.
Preach, brother.
That is the right to confront witnesses. When jurors receive private communications outside the confines of a public courtroom, the Sixth Amendment is violated and numerous other constitutional rights are violated. And that's not Jim Griffin on the law. That is the law of the land. And I want to quote from a decision from the South Carolina Court of Appeals, which is behind me, and it states this: where there is a private communication of a court official to members of the jury, an occurrence which cannot be tolerated if the sanctity of the jury system is to be maintained, a new trial must be granted unless it clearly appears that the subject matter of the communication was harmless and could not have affected the verdict. What we had filed today, supported by sworn testimony of jurors, is that the clerk of court had improper private communications with the jurors, and the subject matter of those communications was the credibility of the defense that the Murdaugh legal defense team put up, and it was the believability of the defendant's own testimony. Now, there's been a lot of talked about whether Alex should have taken the stand. I can assure you, when we considered what factors and what we should and should not do and considered whether he should take the stand, we never considered the likelihood, as reported to us by the jurors, that the clerk of court would go in to the sanctity of the jury room before he testified and tell the jurors, don't be fooled by his testimony, watch out for his body language. And that is what the sworn testimony that we have filed in court today says. And if that is true, which we have every reason to believe that it is, and no reason to believe that it's not, there's no choice but the courts to grant a new trial.
Thank you. Any questions? No?
Well,
Okay.
hang on here, folks.
I have questions. Yeah, I have questions. Holy shit.
So that is the warm-up. That thing he mentioned about just saying, don't be fooled by his testimony. That is the least of the things that this clerk of court did.
Oh boy. Is his name
Yeah.
Is his name really Dick Harpootlian?
Harpootlian? Yeah. That's where Flex's Mocha Dick, that's where the poon in Mocha Dick Poon comes from Flex.
Mocha Dick Poon.
We just called him Dick Poon.
Dick Poon.
Dick Poon, yeah.
I think I missed that part. Oh man, it's funny.
Andrew Brunton, who's been a member for 9 months, says it looks like Lindsey Graham in the middle. Or are those just my ladybugs? Ew. Ew. No. Ew. Go. And Nancy Joe M. It's wow. Chain and link abstract. Cool. Thank you so much, Nancy Joe M. None of the jurors would talk. Silence until the clerk published her book and rubbed the jurors the wrong way. Imagine if she didn't publish the book. This truth may never have come out. It's infuriating. How often did this happen that we would never discover?
Oh,
well, see, that's the interesting thing. And that's one of the first questions that comes up in the question answer section of this, when they were asking about how all of this goes down. And they were saying that they reached out and they wanted to talk to the jurors after the trial. So they reached out to the jurors, and every single one of them, as he said, just pulled a Heisman and stiff-armed them and didn't want to talk to them. And then she released this book, and that pissed off at least 3 jurors who independent of each other came to them and complained about what she was doing. So her trying to get financial gain from this pissed the jurors off, and they came to Harpootlian's office.
Let me ask you a question. Are jurors ever under any obligation to speak to either prosecution or the other side after a trial just to get statistic information or to be interviewed?
No.
I thought you could. They have to agree to it. Is that it?
They can't be forced to. But when this
now
gets
they
an
will be
evidentiary hearing,
subpoenaed.
all 12 of them are going to be testifying under oath.
Yeah, now they're
all going to testify.
They're going to be hauled into court now.
But that's exactly this. They didn't want to talk to anybody, and then they came forward after she started publishing her stupid book, and they got pissed. So that's how all this came to light.
Oh, this is terrible! Terrible!
This
is terrible.
And Nathan C said, have you had Isaac Bowman port finished whiskey? I have not. I've never heard of Isaac Bowman port finished whiskey, but it sounds delish because I love sherry and port finished whiskeys.
That Angel Envy, you did a really great. I wanted to say that was a really good description because I don't like port wine, or I don't think I would like port wine finished anything. But the way you described it, now I have to try it.
You would. It's
But I
great.
don't like port. I like whiskey, but I don't like port. It's too sweet and like cloying to me.
Yeah, but it gives you a little hint of like fresh red fruits, like ripe red fruits, and just on the finish, little creaminess. Nate the lawyer bringing the $5 heat. Vice is keeping it
Hi,
real.
Nate.
Big fan, Megan.
I
Great
love
show,
you,
guys.
Nate. I need to have Nate back on. I haven't talked to him in a while. He's a good dude.
Nate is an awesome guy, and I'm so happy. He was one of the people I got to meet in Texas. He was there with his fam. Great guy, great people. Only saw him briefly in passing in a few minutes, but truly a great human being.
One of these days, I'm going to show up at one of these events you're all going to. I was this close to going to Nashville. I had a babysitter. I had a plan. We had a whole thing, and then COVID hit my whole family, and it all just went to shit.
Yikes. Well, Sarah Gould says, Kim Farnham, the question is, does Jeff have enough beer or will he also switch to scotch? Jeff does not drink beer. He goes straight for the whiskey. Not a beer drinker. We got enough to maybe get us through the night here. Otherwise, I'll just have to walk across the room.
I wish I wasn't a beer drinker because that shit makes you fat, but I love beer.
All right. Well, with that, let's get into the meat and bones of this, shall we? That takes care of it. I just did want to mention we have 1,000 people watching here right now.
Wow.
There's 1,019 people and only 483 likes. If you've been here more than 20 seconds, you obviously like it enough to be here. So get down there and hit that like button. Half of you haven't done your job. We should be to 1,000 likes that quickly. And while you're doing that, go over and take the like poll, the like and subscribe poll. There's only like 488 likes. We should be up to 1,000. Just get us up there. That's the last time I'm going to talk about this.
Maybe they need a little mom shaming on that. Are your thumbs broken? Is that why you haven't hit the like button? No. Are you too lazy to get there? Do you know how hard Jeff works for this channel? Maybe you should take a second. I don't know. I mean, it's no skin off my back, I guess, and just hit the like button.
Well, now we've got 12 viewers.
And make your internet mommy proud. For those of you who have done it, I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much for all of your hard
internet
work
mom
using
is proud.
your thumbs.
All right. Now we've all been mom shamed. And Marv White says, what was the exclude sled part? Okay, we'll get to this a little bit later here in the affidavit, but in a nutshell, what they're saying is sled, what did we? I can't remember even what it stands for, but basically it's the South. It's the Carolina cops, is what it is. They're saying they are deep in this, so they are being asked to stand down from any investigation of the allegations that they're making. Instead, they've requested that the FBI carry out the investigations of this. So this is a good sign. They're not fucking around. They're not joking about this. This isn't just, a throw something against the wall and see what sticks. They are burning this woman at the stake. They're bringing 3 of the 12 jurors in who independently came to them and brought up these issues. They're calling for an FBI investigation of the situation. This is a very, very serious thing.
Let me ask you about that FBI component. Is that something that the feds will actually investigate? Are these federal charges if there are charges to be brought against the clerk?
I doubt it, but it's involving state officials.
Oh,
because the clerk of court is an elected position in the state.
Ooh.
She is an officer of the government of the state.
So would that only be federal then? They would have to bring in federal. They could bring in, it doesn't necessarily have to be federal. They could bring in a special investigator. What do they call that? The special.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in the affidavit. We need to get to the affidavit here.
All right,
people are being so damn generous. Andrew Hansen says, "How bad must SLED be if the FBI is better?"
I'm so proud of them.
Watching, the FBI is great. We love the FBI.
To my FBI handler, you're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Tank Rat dropping the 20. Well, will there be a doggo cam tonight? Well, as a matter of fact, yes. You just triggered doggo cam there.
Perfect.
So yeah,
you're gonna get doggo butt cam any second now.
Yeah, you just triggered it. So will there be doggo cam? You got your my Steam Deck. My Steam Deck is non-functional.
I'm so proud of the chat. They're being so generous. Yes. I don't have to shame them for not sending super chats for 45 whole minutes.
And Sebastian Muller
yesterday.
Oh my God. people, we're gonna actually, I mean, I want to get through all these, but we're gonna actually have to like pause reading super chats because we're like 36
That's a good
minutes
problem
in,
to have, Jeff.
and we haven't got to the actual meat and bones yet here. Oh my God, people, I love you. We'll get through.
Don't tell them to stop. Just pause.
No, I'm not telling you to stop. I mean, we're going to read 4, and then we'll read a little bit, and we'll read a section of the affidavit, and then get back. So, Sebastian Muller celebrating my 5 months membership. Keep up the great work, Jeff. Well, thank you so much. And Cheesehead lost on Bourbon Street, who's been a stealth member. I just love her hairless cat. I've always wanted an Egyptian hairless cat. Oh wow, the mom guilt is strong, and I already had liked it.
I'm so proud of you. Cheesehead, I'm very proud of you. Good use of your fingers. Good job.
And Lacey Pettit, my 2 favorite people on YouTube. Love you both. Oh, we love you too, Lacey. You are awesome. And thank you for this super, super, super support. And Wolfram again, smash the like button with a battle axe. Oops. Nonchalantly saunters away while whistling innocently. Hey, I don't care how you smash as long as you smash it hard. And Tanker with the 2 ducks. Last chat that has spelling goof. Ready? All right. And Marv White, Megan, I was asleep during yesterday's show. Great. Thank you so much, Marv. We are caught up. The next super chats will be read in a sectional break from this affidavit. We need to get to the affidavit because it is strong. The force is strong with this one. And thank you so much for everybody for getting us up over 600 likes. Next goal, 1,000. We can get the 1,000 mark. And Tank Rat has, oh God dang it. Tank Rat has gifted 40 Legal Vices memberships so far today. So if you're a super, super, super mensch, like one of these lucky people that got one of the 40 gifted memberships, please give Tank Rat a super, super special thou out. Thou out. Give him a thou out. Give him a shout out.
A thou out.
Thou out. Give him a thought out.
Release the hounds. Release the hounds before we get it. Can we get the doggo cam on?
Well, that's not what we want. We want to get rid of that. So stop that screen. Now we need to present this screen, and then we'll, no, not that one, this one. Right, here we go. Let's embiggen this as much as possible. To expand our horizons sidewards. And embiggen. There we go. Oh, that doesn't help. Guess we have to keep it big. That's what she said. Sorry. Cheap gutter humor, but hey, it's me. You know what you're getting. Right.
Cry havoc and unleash the dogs of law. Wolf, man. That's very funny.
All right. Well, which we should do. Unfortunately, there we go. I had to raise my screen a little bit. Present extra camera. Let's see. Hey, Straubs, wake up and move over to somewhere where people can see you. Sorry. I did not just wake up my perfectly sleeping dog just so I could entertain you all, but I really did.
But they're always sleeping, so it's really no great loss. They'll go back to sleep once they reposition themselves.
Well, when I said get close to the camera, yeah. Not exactly what I had in mind, but
That'll do. Doggo ear. Aww.
All right. You get doggo eye and ear cam. But let's until he moves, let's get on with the reading of the affidavit. This is some serious shiz here, folks. This is the motion to suspend the appeal and leave to file motion for a new trial. So again, as I'm saying, this is not the appeal. This is not an appellate issue.
What happened to Jeff? I think he unplugged himself. Oh no. Oh no, and we can only read half a paragraph. I think he stepped on the camera. The cord? Jeff, we can't hear you. Come back. Oh no. All right, well, I'll take this opportunity to tell you. Oh, he's back. He's back. Are you back? I can't hear you. Can't hear you, Jeff. Can't hear you.
Now can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Wow.
Did you step on a cord or something?
I have no idea what happened. All I know is I thought I was going to have to do a hard reboot there.
Oh no. That's all right. I was going to grift. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
Wow, I don't know what that was. I honestly don't know what's going on right now. My computer seems to be possessed of the devil.
Well, I can hear you now, so. Can you see things on your screen?
What it is apparently my microphone just decided this was now time to update the software.
Oh, no.
And so it's telling me I'm not connected, but as long as y'all can hear me, that's good. All right.
Yeah, we can.
All right, cool.
Or I can. Can the chat hear? They should be able to hear it. They would be screaming if they couldn't.
Yeah, well, you can look at the dog through the window there.
It looks like the dog's in jail, Jeff.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, so everybody can hear me fine, great. So there you go. It says my microphone isn't connected. Please update to the latest version. So cool, thanks. Right, let's get on with this. It's just a little loud in my ears. I hope it's not so loud in your ears.
The volume didn't go up.
Perfect. So this is a motion to suspend the appeal and for leave to file motion for an appeal. So they want the appeal suspended until they work out this issue. And now they have to ask permission to file this motion for a new trial. So please suspend this and allow us to file the new motion for a new trial. If the court says, great, new trial, then the appeal goes out the window. We go back to square one. And if the judge says no new trial, then the appeal continues. So that's where we're at with this. And this is filed in Judge Newman's court, of course. So take that for what that's worth. But that's one thing that the defense team said in their press conference was, under no circumstances does this have anything to do with the judge. And as we're going to see later on in this affidavit, the judge does come into play here, but not in the way you might hope or think. So appellant Richard Alexander Murdaugh, let me center this thing here, pursuant to Rule 29B of the South Carolina Rules of Criminal Procedure, hereby moves for leave to file a motion for a new trial based on after discovered evidence in the Court of General Sessions and to suspend this appeal during the pendency of the motion. And we go on here, everybody signs it, and we get in. And the first appendix, the first exhibit is the copy of the motion for the new trial that they will file if they're given leave to do so by the court. Okay. Murdaugh, through undersigned counsel pursuant to the Rule 29, hereby moves the court for a new trial after discovering that the clerk of court tampered with the jury by advising them not to believe Murdaugh's testimony and other evidence presented by the defense, pressuring them to reach a quick guilty verdict, and even misrepresenting critical and material information to the trial judge in her campaign to remove a juror she believed to be favorable to the defense.
Wow.
Well, how's that for an introductory paragraph?
That's a giant bomb.
Yeah. Specifically, let's get into the details.
How quick was the verdict?
It was like 2.5 hours, wasn't it?
What? Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, people in chat, you guys have these weird like hive memories. I think it was like 2.5 hours or something, wasn't it? It was really, really quick. It was like 3 hours, people are saying. I remember it like being just a hair over 2.5 hours. Well, and, allegedly she may have had something to do with that. So specifically, during the trial, the Colleton County Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill, remember Becky? What do we have to say about Becca's flux? What about Becky's? Flux's line is all Becky's are hoes. She does not break that stereotype.
Yeah.
Rebecca Hill, the clerk of court, which again, I remind you, is an elected position. It's a governmental position, elected. She instructed jurors not to be, quote, misled by evidence presented in Mr. Murdaugh's defense. She told jurors not to be fooled by Mr. Murdaugh's testimony in his own defense. Ms. Hill and had frequent private conversations with the jury foreperson, a court-appointed substitution for the foreperson the jury elected for itself at the request of Mrs. Hill. Remember when they said they had a jury foreperson and the judge said, well, hey, I don't think you do because I'm the guy that does that. Well, apparently they elected one on their own because Ms. Hill told them to.
Oh, my.
Yeah, so they just arbitrarily elected a foreperson at the request of Ms. Hill.
The judge was like, no, and then elected someone else. It's funny.
During the trial,
Point
Ms.
is-
Hill asked jurors for their opinions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt or innocence, which we just know because the judge says don't do that every single time the jury walks out of the room. Ms. Hill invented a story about a Facebook post to remove a juror she believed might not vote guilty.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Oh
wait
my
for that.
God.
Oh, wait for that.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Flux says Becky's a hoe name. Mrs. Hill pressured jurors to reach a quick verdict, telling them from the outset of their deliberations that it shouldn't take them long. Ms. Hill did these things to secure for herself a book deal and media appearances that would not happen in the event of a mistrial. Ms. Hill betrayed her oath of office for money and fame. Once these facts are proven, the law does not allow the court any discretion about how to respond. It must grant a new trial. Initial thoughts, Megan?
Oh my God. What? He's gonna get a hearing. It's gonna happen, and he's probably gonna get a new trial. If they have sworn affidavits, I don't know how he couldn't get one. I don't know how he could. If there are jury members who are saying this, and they're not just making this up, there's no way he's not gonna get a new trial.
Well, that's what a lot of people are saying. They're saying, but I want to hear the other side, or I want to hear evidence. Wow, you know what? I'm thinking we might if I disappear at any point during this, just wait, give me a few minutes. I'll be in the middle of a reboot.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it. You know what else I was thinking,
now,
Jeff? Is what's happening to your computer.
Oh, I say just right now, my my Adobe just decided it was going to shut down on me, so now I have to reopen the. So
all right. Well, I have other thoughts. And
Yeah.
that is this: if I were on a jury, and a clerk or anyone was asking me my opinion, I would report that to the bailiff immediately. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to report to the judge through the bailiff if anyone is trying to influence your opinion, talk to you about the case. Why didn't any of these 12 people go to the bailiff and say, this is happening?
Well, that comes out here in the affidavit a little bit and in some of the attached exhibits. Because you would not be the first person to ask that question.
Well, I mean, this is why I think we need jury training. We've been talking about that a bit, about jury training.
Mm-hmm.
After the juries we've seen misbehave in several court and not look at evidence and dismiss things right off the bat. And, rely on their personal feelings about someone instead of the evidence in front of them. We need jury training. We need people cannot be 12 people cannot be put in charge of someone's liberty if they have not actually sat through many hours of training in this to make sure they understand what to do in any of these situations. Because you can't have a man's life rely on a bunch of idiots who don't know what the hell they're doing.
Could not agree more. We're at the natural break here, so let's catch up on the super chats real quick, and then we'll jump right back into this and hit the next section, which is the factual section. Because people are saying, well, what are the evidence? We're getting to the evidence. That's literally what all of the attached exhibits are, is evidence that what they're saying is true. Billavaro, member for 5 months. Congratulations and thank you for your support for 5 months. And $5 from Adara the Wholesome. Can't believe it's so slow. I'm finally watching OJ. I know some people love the screaming goat, but I'm on part 22 and the goat's causing me physical pain. The goat goes away. Just bear with him for a couple more episodes. Jury tampering in Murdaugh, says Adara the Wholesome. Who saw that coming? I believe this is sarcastic text here. Certainly not the naturally biased venue or that Netflix doc that came out 1 month prior to trial. LMAO. Oh, Netflix makes an appearance in here.
Yeah, that documentary, by the way, I watched it. That was terrible.
Well, she figures into this. She figures into the Netflix documentary. And chaos coordinator with the 2 pounds. We can hear you. So do your personal FBI agent. Well, see, that's the joy of living in Korea. FBI agents don't bother me here. It's the bounty hunters, marshals, and things like that annoy me. Tank Rat with a $20 super chat explains the quick jury verdict. Oh yeah, and there's more reasons why there may have been a quick jury verdict. Flux with a $5 super chat. Becky's a hoe name. And Nathan C. Judge is just as biased as Becky the hoe. But again, you can, yeah. But they went out of their way again to say that he had nothing to do with this particular egregious thing that happened. And finally, Sage Warrior, member for 7 months. Jurors are admonished not to speak to others. This would include court clerks. Holy hell, why would they think she was an exception? Well, I think it might be one of those things where she just acted like it, you know, and like, what are they?
Yeah, like seemed official or something. People are really, listen, almost everybody is less than medium smart, okay?
Yeah.
It's really smart people are pretty rare. It's just most people will just go along with what they're told, and it's unfortunate.
I know.
But
I live in such a lonely world.
You know that phrase, "The masses are asses." It didn't come out of nowhere. You know that they just are, and it's not their fault. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it is their fault, but it's unfortunate. People are easily swayed.
Well, let's get into the specific comments, the specific allegations. Specifically, during trial, the Colleton County Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill, instructed jurors not to be misled by evidence. Did we already read this? Yeah, we did. We read that. Yeah. Okay, we're in the statement of fact. Now we're getting into the detailed specifics. Statement of fact. Mr. Murdaugh was indicted for this is all they say about the trial, this one paragraph. Mr. Murdaugh was indicted for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, on July 14th, 2022. His murder trial began on January 23rd, 2023. Can you believe it's been almost a year? It's been a year and a half already. Jeez, almost a year and 3/4. The presiding judge was the Honorable Clifton Newman. The trial ran for 6 weeks, ending with convictions on the evening of March 2nd, 2023, and sentencing on March 3rd, 2023. The state rested its case in chief, and the defense began its case on Friday, February 17th, 2023. Court was not held. These dates are going to be important here for reasons. Court was not held on February 20th, which was President's Day. After returning from the holiday, Ms. Hill began to enter the jury rooms often. This is the Affidavit of Juror number 630. As the defense began its case, Ms. Hill told jurors, "Y'all are going to hear things that will throw you all off. Don't let this distract you or mislead you." Holly Miller, regarding Juror 741. Additionally, Ms. Hill and juror number 826, there's 3 jurors, the new jury foreperson, on multiple occasions went to another room to have private conversations lasting 5 or 10 minutes. Female clerk of court goes off every now and then for a little 5 or 10 minute meeting with the jury foreperson. Yeah. Sometimes they would go to the jury room's single occupancy bathroom together.
What?
Ms. Hill even instructed jurors they could not ask foreperson juror 826 about the conversations. Literally, Ms. Hill is going in with Mr. Juror number 826 in 2 people into a single occupancy bathroom where they have meetings for 10 minutes. And then they come out and say, "You can't ask him what we did in there."
Oh my.
Well, Megan, if you were Mrs. Juror number 826 and you said, "What were you doing in the bathroom for 10 minutes with the clerk of court, Ms. Hill?" And he said, "I can't talk about it, honey," what would you be saying?
This is nuts. This is crazy right here. And where was the bailiff is all I'm wondering. Like
Well, the bailiff's not in the jury room, but why she got in the jury room? Well,
where's
the
this
clerk,
bathroom? Where is the bathroom?
It's in the jury room.
Oh my God.
And see, the clerk of court, her job is like the wrangler for the jury, to make sure they get food, to make sure they get from point A to point B, to make sure they don't get lost in the hallway. So she does have contact with them. It's not unreasonable or weird that she's talking to them. So
you would think that this juror would know better than to go into a closed bathroom with the court clerk and then take her word for it that they couldn't talk about whatever it was that was going on in there.
Call me skeptical, but without a single shred of evidence, I'm thinking they did more than just talk on those multiple occasions
But
in the
have you
single
seen
occupancy
her?
bathroom.
Can you pull up a picture of her, please? Because I don't know what
It doesn't matter. There's someone out there that's fapping to Lizzo as we speak, so it doesn't matter. Keep that in mind, people. All right, let's continue.
Gross.
Sorry to ruin your breakfast.
Thank you for that, Jeff.
2 days
Jeez.
later, 2 days later, February 23rd. Now, mind you, February 23rd was just after the defense began their case in chief. Where'd we go here? February 23rd, and continuing through the next day, Mr. Murdaugh testified in his own defense. Before he began his testimony, Ms. Hill told jurors, do not be fooled by the evidence Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys presented, which at least one juror understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified. Ms. Hill also instructed the jury to watch him closely, to look at his actions, and to look at his movements, which at least one juror understood to mean Mr. Murdaugh was guilty. Immediately after Mr. Murdaugh testified, four-person juror number 826 told the jury that Mr. Murdaugh was crying on cue. She also criticized the former four-person juror number 589 for handing Mr. Murdaugh a box of tissues. Now, was juror person 589? I mean, with this she is this she talking about the jury number 826 four-person or Ms. Hill? I think it's Ms. Hill. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm going to say it's Ms. Hill. She also criticized the juror four-person number 589 for handing Murdaugh a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand because that is what the defense wants us to do. So yeah, that's Ms. Hill saying, don't give him a box of Kleenex. That's what they want you to do.
The chat's confused. They think that the four-person is a female. The first one was, but the second one is
okay.
female,
The first one was female, so the one that she was in the bathroom with was female then, I guess, huh?
I don't know. I thought the
first one was it'll probably it doesn't matter. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Whatever they were doing in the bathroom, they shouldn't have been doing.
They shouldn't have been doing.
Yeah, male or female. The next day after Mr. Murdaugh's testimony, Monday 27th, Ms. Hill told Judge Newman about a Facebook posting she purportedly saw on the evening of Friday, February 24th. Now, Megan, this is your homework. I know you have a pen handy or something to write with or something to type with.
I do.
Write this date down because this becomes important.
All right, here we go.
Ms. Hill told Judge Newman about a Facebook posting she purportedly saw on the evening of Friday 24th. So she saw a Facebook posting on Friday the 24th. Write that down. The Friday the 24th.
Right,
That's the day she saw the Facebook post. While perusing a Facebook group called Walterboro Word of Mouth. The post, purportedly by juror number 785's ex-husband, Tim Stone. Juror 785 is the woman who brought the dozen eggs into the trial and just kind of gave them to anybody that wanted them. She's a character.
I do that sometimes. I bring eggs places and give them to people. I have extra eggs.
Yeah, she's the egg lady. She's the egg lady. We dubbed her the egg lady. She definitely is the egg lady. Juror 785 egg lady's ex-husband, Tim Stone. This is the post. Tim Stone allegedly made this post stating that his ex-wife was saying that she was on the jury and saying stuff about how her verdict was going to be. Judge Newman asked her to produce a copy of the posting. She could not produce a copy, but according to Ms. Hill, a subordinate employee in the clerk's office, Lori Weiss, discovered that the post was taken down and replaced with an apology post. How convenient, huh? Folks, I posted an ugly post yesterday to which I have deleted, and I kinda in a roundabout way directed it towards a certain person. And I would like to apologize to everyone who read it for that ugly thing, that read that ugly thing for me to do that. And yes, I let Satan control me and I broke down and started drinking. And when I was drunk, I made that post and I'm sorry.
Oh my.
So that's the retraction of the Facebook post that nobody seems to have. In Rebecca Hill's Behind the Doors of Justice. That's the title of her book. Behind the Doors of Justice. Timothy Stone Facebook post, blah, blah, blah. The apology post states the initial post was already deleted on February 16th.
Wait a minute. She said she saw it on the, I wrote it down, the 24th.
Yep. So she said she saw the original post on the 24th, but the apology says it was deleted on the 16th of February. So it would have been impossible for Ms. Hill to see the original post on February 24. Ms. Stone, juror number 785's Mr. Stone, juror 785's ex-husband, avers in a sworn statement that he made no such posts. Mr. Murdaugh has obtained an authentic download of the entirety of Mr. Stone's Facebook activity from January 23rd to March 2nd, which confirms he did not post the apology. The supposed original post, if deleted, would not be recoverable at this point under Facebook's retention policies, and that he in fact never posted anything to the Waterboro Word of Mouth Facebook page during the trial. The person who made the apology post is an unrelated person also named Tim Stone, whose Facebook profile picture is not juror number 785's ex-husband. Yeah.
Oh my
well,
goodness.
They talked to her. They went and they talked to juror number 785, but first, on February 28th, this is what, 3 or 4 days after she told the judge about the post, Ms. Hill questioned juror 785 about the fictitious post on Walterboro Word of Mouth alone in her office in the courthouse. She told, so this should have been the judge talking to her about this post, but Ms. Hill's like, I guess I can take care of it myself. So Ms. Hill called in the juror and questioned her alone in her office about her post. She told juror 785 about her alleged husband's post. She told juror 785 that someone had emailed her stating her ex-husband Tim Stone posted on the Walterboro Word of Mouth Facebook page, and that juror number 785 had been drinking with her ex-husband, and that while drunk she expressed opinions on the guilt or innocence of Mr. Murdaugh. Juror 785 told Ms. Hill that had never happened, and that she had not seen her ex-husband in 10 years.
Oh my goodness.
Juror 785 asked to see the post, but Ms. Hill would not show it to her. Why wouldn't you do that? If you're going to bring someone into the office and question them about it, why wouldn't you show them? So Ms. Hill directly asked juror 785 whether she was inclined to vote guilty or not guilty. Juror 785 said she had not made up her mind. Later that day, Ms. Hill told juror 785 that Sled and Colleton County Sheriff's Office personnel went to Mr. Stone's house and he confirmed he made the post. This is a fabrication by Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill told juror 785 she would somehow reinstate a restraining order juror 785 previously had against Mr. Stone, which is something that Ms. Hill did not have the authority to do.
Holy crap.
Still later that day, Judge Newman examined 785 regarding both the non-existent Facebook post and the tenant/coworker email in camera, which just means in his chambers. Juror 785 described her interactions with Ms. Hill regarding the Facebook post. She denied.
So she told the judge.
Yes.
Well, and the judge then really fucked up.
There's a transcript.
This should have been the immediate mistrial. Oh my God.
Well, she should have. Well, it'll work itself. Stay tuned.
I can't even believe what I'm hearing right now, Jeff.
We're just getting started. There's some dog face here for.
I'm out of coffee though. Can you stop and read super chats so I can go get more? I don't want to miss this.
Okay, I will do that just for you.
I will be quicker than last time. I swear.
Yeah, don't teach your son how to tackle.
No, I won't. I won't. I will ignore him completely.
Okay. Right. So, and you can all stare at Strawberry's ear while I do this. Nicholas Starov's trial watch with the sexy 100 Swedish krona. Yum. Ice cream. Jurors are warned about outside interference. Clerk is not outside. Her words for the jury is the judge's words. That could be seen that way. I can see your thinking there, and I don't think you're entirely wrong. Okay, says Marv White with a $10 super chat. Okay, we are thinking as court watchers, not a jury person. The clerk is a person of authority. Clearly, she made it where the jurors didn't feel they needed to say anything. Well, right, and if it's just like one little thing, you don't make us think about it. If it's another little thing to someone else, they don't make us think about it. But all of these add up eventually. And Hi, there's Yoda. Yoda has made an appearance in the room. Thank you so much for that, Marv White. And that dog in him, hey, smells like sled in here. Time to pressure wash everything down to wash the smell of turd off the walls. Sled aren't my favorite people, and I know nothing about them, and I have no interaction with them. But yeah, they're not my favorites. Jeff Moser, $2. $10 says Lizzo uses butter for butter for 100B. $10 says Lizzo uses butter for 100B. Okay. Thanks, Jeff Moser. Not quite sure how to interpret that because I'm lame. Talk with Sally. Hey, what's up, homegirl? Talk with Sally. One of my homies. Morning. So nice to see Megan 2 days in a row. What? It's not so nice to see me. Gee, I know what you mean. And I did accidentally delete the. There we go. Flux with the $5 Mocha Dick Poon finally let me send it. Lol. Yes, that Mocha Dick Poon originated with this trial. Well, so that catches us up. Oh, lube. I see. Lube. Well, just say lube. Why would you say L-O-O-B? Come on. This is. Now, see, I know how to spell lube. It has nothing to do with my former religion of choice. Just say lube. All right. Yeah, I get it. See, the 100B is lube. Just say lube. We're like all adults here. Come on, people. See, I'm just openly degenerate. I don't hide behind spellings. I don't spell boob 8008. I just spell it B-O-O-B. And come on, we've all of you guys have done that with a calculator. Spell boobs and turn it upside down. Right. Lube isn't crude shit. We'd be talking about lube engines and whatnot. Anyway, enough talk about lube. We currently have 1,342 people here, and we are just getting started. 818 likes. Please smash that like button and take our like and subscribe poll. And again, if this is your first time here, we have fun here. We do commentary. We do legal issues, serious topics with just a little hint of snark. But we do take this one seriously. This is an incredibly serious topic, and I'm glad you're all here for it. And if you haven't subscribed, I would be honored and privileged if you would give me your subscription. And like this, and take our little like and subscribe poll. I'm curious to see how you all look at Alex Murdaugh going into this. Do you 11% of you say who is Mocha Dick Poon? Who in the Mocha Dick Poon is Alex? So if you're not familiar with Alex Murdaugh, that's your choice. 11% of you are wondering who this Alex person is. 15% of you said you believe he is guilty and it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the state. 32% of you believe he was guilty, but it was not proven by the evidence. And a full 42% of you believe he is just straight across the board, not guilty of murder. Financial crimes, he essentially admitted to that. So, he's toast in that department. But yeah, take that like and subscribe poll. And I was just about ready to go on ahead without Megan, but she pulled in here literally at the last second. So we can get right back into the mix of it here after we bring Tank Rat with the big $100 super chat.
Nice.
Wow. That's $100 super chat right there.
This is awesome.
Double foghorn for that one. Have a shot since I'm at work and can't have one. Sled are corrupt. There is a lawsuit against Sled and one of their chiefs for unlawfully restoring a farmer's crop and arresting him. Yikes. Well, that doesn't sound surprising. It sounds weird, but not surprising. But Tank Rat, you are an amazing gentleman. You've always been a huge supporter of the show, and I deeply, deeply appreciate the support. You strike me speechless every time. So cheers to you, sir. That's a really good whiskey. Tank Rat says, F my life. I can't send a super chat without a spelling error. F me, they destroyed the crop. I was gonna say, okay, it was really weird that they would restore a farmer's crop and arrest him. It makes much more sense to say they destroyed the crop and arrested him. It makes it slightly more believable. All right. Ooh. And Daily Quick Buy says, assuming the trial was thrown out, are Alex's admission still admissible for the financial crime, the financial crimes? No, it's just like as if the first trial never happened. See, which is why I'm wondering, he was planning on pleading guilty to all of these financial crimes as of last week. Now I'm wondering if he's going to put that on hold a little bit. He might put his admission on hold a little bit to see if the new trial comes about.
Incredible.
Well, so let's jump back into this. The dog is looking into my soul. Yeah, that's Yoda. That's Yoda over there. The other one is Strawberry. It's actually Daigi in Korean, but Daigi is strawberry. It's Korean for strawberry. So, righto. Let's get back into this. Present screen. Being big enough so I can read it. She denied making any inappropriate comments. This is when the judge is talking to her. She denied making any inappropriate comments about the case to third parties and stated she wanted to hear closing arguments before forming an opinion on Mr. Murdaugh's guilt or innocence. And after she was dismissed from the meeting, Judge Newman said, "Oh boy, I'm not too pleased about the clerk interrogating a juror as opposed to coming to me and bringing it to me."
Oh
he
boy.
was right to be concerned.
I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Instead of like just going in and firing the clerk, like, and declaring it.
Can't fire her. She's an elected official.
Oh, well, that's true.
Yeah. So that's about all I could do is go, I'm concerned. Maybe there could have been some contempt or something. But the next day, March 1st, 2023, the jury visited Moselle, the site of the murders. During the visit, foreperson number 826 and Ms. Hill walked off to have yet another private conversation. Now, see, this is where you go, where are the wranglers? Or maybe perhaps she was the head wrangler. I don't know. In her book, Ms. Hill more vaguely hints at communicating her opinions on Mr. Murdaugh's guilt to the jury during the visit to Moselle property. This is an excerpt from her book. While the jurors viewed the Moselle property, we all could hear and see Alex's story was impossible. Some of us, either from the courthouse, law enforcement, or jury at Moselle, had an epiphany and shared our thoughts with our eyes. At that moment, many of us standing there knew, I knew, they knew that Alex was guilty.
Oh my God.
That day, Judge Newman also held an in-camera conference regarding the tenant/coworker email in which he decided to revisit the Facebook post issue with Ms. Hill. The court. Okay, but we can do our reading here. You can be Ms. Hill.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Okay, Jew rowers. Well, let me see what Becky's talking about. I wanted to revisit the Facebook post that you mentioned yesterday.
Right.
That's Becky Hill, the court of the clerk. He's doing this to identify who the voice that's speaking on the recording is, obviously. So can you tell us about that Facebook post?
Yes, I think it was Friday evening. Just for a brief moment, I perused Facebook, got on Walterboro word of mouth, and saw someone had said that, well, it was the ex-husband of a juror, and he said that he had noticed that his ex-wife was saying that she was on the jury and saying stuff about how her verdict was going to be, and that he was the ex-husband, but she was known for talking way too much. And then I just kept on scrolling because that was enough for me. I've gotten enough.
And how did you determine who he was talking about?
Well, when I heard that there was an email on Monday, I figured the two went together if it was true.
Well, she's confirmed she has an ex-husband who she has 3 restraining orders against, so...
Right. So then we looked on Monday. After you told me to try and go back and forth and look for it, we couldn't find it. Then we found out his name, and we found the post and printed it out where he said he had put something up, that he had deleted it at the time, and that he had put stuff out there that wasn't nice.
Well, he said he got drunk afterwards.
Something about the devil.
Didn't he say it was Satan in it?
Satan was in it, yes. In all the details, yes.
All right.
Made me do it.
Devil made me do it. Okay, I just wanted to have that on the record. You're reading a Facebook post by the ex-husband who said it. Of course, you haven't talked with him, so you don't know where he got his information from.
I don't. I can find it, though.
But Ms. Hill never saw any such Facebook post. She made it up. Further, she knew the apology post was not posted by Juror 785's ex-husband. Juror number 785 showed Ms. Hill a picture of her ex-husband, which is not the Facebook profile picture of the other Mr. Stone post about Satan. Next day, March 2nd, 2023, the day of the verdict, Juror number 785 received a call from her ex-husband that she did not answer. The call upset her because Ms. Hill's lies had led her to believe he was posting on Facebook about her and might be stalking her. Juror number 785 asked to speak with Ms. Hill. She told Ms. Hill she was scared. Ms. Hill told her that the Murdaughs probably got to him, meaning her ex-husband. That's some shit right there. Ms. Hill once again asked her opinion regarding Mr. Murdaugh's guilt. Juror 785 told her that Creighton Water's closing was good, but she still had questions. Ms. Hill asked what questions, and Juror 785 replied she was concerned that no murder weapon was found. Ms. Hill then asked, well, what makes you think he's guilty? 785 said Paul's video at the dog kennels. Ms. Hill then told 785 that everything Mr. Murdaugh has said has been lies, and that I should forget about the guns. They will never be seen again. Ms. Hill then asked Juror 785 about the views of the rest of the jury, telling her that if the foreperson would just go in and ask for a raise of hands, this would be over and done with, and everyone else needs to be on the same page. That is some shit, Megan.
Wow.
That is some shit.
Wow.
How would this not be jury tampering at all?
It is.
If any of this is proven.
It is.
Oh my God. Juror 785 went to the jury room and 10 minutes later was excused from the jury.
Jeez.
She didn't say what Hill wanted to say, so somehow Hill got her booted. In open court, immediately after her excusal, Juror 785 asked Judge Newman if he had spoken with the clerk of court, referring to the conversation earlier that morning with Ms. Hill. Judge Newman responded that I have not spoken with her today and that this is totally independent of any conversation regarding her ex-husband, apparently misunderstanding her question to refer to the issue of the Facebook post. So she got booted from the jury, the one that had questions. When the jury began deliberations that evening, Ms. Hill told them that this, quote, shouldn't take us long. Us. Notice how she's interjecting herself into the jury there.
Mm-hmm.
This shouldn't take us long. And that if they deliberated past 11 p.m., they would be taken directly to a hotel, even though none were prepared to stay overnight.
Oh, for God's sake.
Right. Oh, it gets worse. And Flux would go on a freaking rampage here. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks as they had previously been allowed to during the 6-week trial, but Ms. Hill told them that they could not smoke until deliberations were completed.
That's ridiculous. This is put this woman in jail immediately.
There were 6 smokers on the jury.
Oh, 6? Half of the jury. Oh my God.
So you literally have half of the jury
having
fighting through literal drug withdrawals during the jury deliberation. Quite literally, non-ironically and non-jokingly fighting a drug addiction.
Yeah, torture. It is torture. Thank you, chat. Torture. That's
right.
No, this is terrible. Why didn't one of them go to the bailiff and say, is this right? Can you check with the judge if she's allowed to say we can't take smoke breaks?
Well, I kind of think that, well, while you were gone, we read a super chat from Nicholas Starr, who was saying that we have to remember that she is sort of the spokesman for the judge on the jury. They're sort of following her lead and she's taking care of them. So as far as they know, everything she's saying is coming from the judge.
Oh, God.
They just didn't think that.
People think for yourselves. Ask questions. God damn.
We don't ask questions.
Yeah, to them, those 3 hours probably felt like 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, here, now we get into some of the more interesting things. Ms. Hill told the jurors that after the trial, they would be famous and predicted that the media would request interviews with them. Ms. Hill even handed out reporters' business cards to jurors during the trial.
What?
Should have given them yours.
Jeez.
Juror 578 took this to heart and made an appearance on Good Morning America the night of the verdict, which is why on the day the jury began deliberations, he wore a suit coat for the first time during the trial.
Oh, God.
So he already had an interview lined up with Good Morning America, apparently.
Wow.
After the verdict and immediately before sentencing, Ms. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from a network news show. She traveled with jurors to New York City, and they appeared on the Today Show. She got her book deal. Her book, Behind the Doors of Justice, was released on August 1st, 2023.
Wow.
A last point about Ms. Hill's efforts to promote her books shows her dishonest efforts to profit from the trial continued well after the verdict. A film crew negotiated a contract with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department to use courthouse bailiffs to provide security while they filmed a documentary at the Colleton County Courthouse when it was closed for Confederate Memorial Day. I didn't know we had
Wait a minute.
Confederate Memorial Day.
Whoa. Wait a minute. Can we read that sentence again?
A film crew negotiated a contract with the Sheriff's Department to use courthouse bailiffs to provide security while they filmed a documentary at the courthouse.
Is that allowed?
Apparently, because she negotiated it and we have a copy.
What the actual hell is going on in this place?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
The film crew had previously recorded an interview with Ms. Hill. On May 9th, Ms. Hill sent a memorandum to the film crew purporting to be an addendum to the contract. Memorandum from Rebecca Hill, May 9th, 2023. In it, she demanded that the film crew pay Colleton County a fee of $1,000 per day for use of the courthouse facilities and made a nonsensical statement about not having authority outside South Carolina that reflects a failure to understand the choice of laws clause in the contract. Then, she bizarrely added a handwritten demand. Also, in exchange for use of the likeness of Rebecca Hill in an interview, a minimum of is 0.05 second video and audio clips will accompany the usage of the first reference. The book cover for her book, Behind the Doors of Justice, The Murdaugh Murders, will be shown, and audio will include Becky's introduction as clerk of courts for Colleton County and author of the book.
Oh, my God.
The film crew ignored her addendum, as the contract had already been executed. But like her jury tampering during trial, it was an attempt to violate South Carolina code, which provides no public official, public member, or public employee may knowingly use his official office membership or employment to obtain an economic interest for themselves.
Was she planning on keeping that $1,000 a day or whatever?
No, she did say we should go to the Treasury.
Uh-huh.
Then they go through the legal standard. What's the legal standard for all of this?
Somebody should write a book about Becky.
I think we should.
I mean, this is incredible. This is wow.
Mm-hmm. Just a couple. This is lengthy, but I want to read a couple of things here. If the allegations are proven at the evidentiary hearing, then under binding appellate precedent, the court must grant a new trial unless it, quote, clearly appears that the subject matter of the communication was harmless and could not have affected the verdict. That doesn't mean that the statement could not have affected the verdict or would not have affected the verdict. It means that the subject they're discussing would not have affected the verdict. The subject matter of Ms. Hill's communication was the evidence being presented at trial by the defense. These improper comments and efforts to influence jurors' verdict vitiated the sanctity of the jury's deliberations and Murdaugh's sacrosanct right to a fair and impartial jury. The court therefore must grant a new trial if the allegations are proven. The issue here is that an elected state official engaged in intentional misconduct, deliberately violating a defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial before an impartial jury to secure financial gain for herself.
God.
And they said the rule for deciding whether to grant a new trial is not whether the court believes the outcome of the trial would have been the same had Ms. Hill's jury tampering not occurred. If that were the case, and this makes sense, it's just correct. If that were the case, the court would sustain a guilty verdict, even if she coerced the jury to vote guilty at gunpoint, because in the court's opinion, all of the evidence pointed to only one conclusion, quote unquote, the guilt of the accused. So instead, the law requires the subject matter of the communication to be harmless, clearly harmless. Asking the jury what it wants for lunch is clearly harmless.
Yeah, what she did is clearly harmful.
Yeah,
Clearly.
telling it not to believe the defendant when he testifies is not.
No.
So Ms. Hill had many private conversations with jurors about the merits of the case. She asked jurors about their opinions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt or innocence. She instructed them not to believe evidence presented in Mr. Murdaugh's defense, including his own testimony. She lied to the judge to remove a juror she believed might not vote guilty. She pressured jurors to reach a guilty verdict quickly so she could profit from it.
Wow.
Each of these actions violated Ms. Hill's oath of office, her responsibility to the citizenry and the judiciary of the state, and Mr. Murdaugh's constitutional right to a fair and impartial jury. The law applied to these facts requires a new trial. For the foregoing reasons, Mr. Murdaugh respectfully submits the court must hold an evidentiary hearing to receive proof of the facts stated above. When those facts are proven, the court must grant a new trial. Now, the state attorney general has 10 days to respond.
Wow. What are the attachments? I'm dying to know.
Yes, I'm
dying to see the exhibits.
That's it. People say, I want to see the evidence. I've seen that on so many, like the law and crime comments are just ridiculous as always. It's the same. I want to see the evidence, or I don't believe it, or, he paid her to, this kind of shit. But that's what the attachments are. The attachments are the evidence. These are sworn affidavits under penalty of perjury, under oath, that everything in these exhibits are true.
Why don't they know that? Like, why aren't they saying, here's the evidence and showing the exhibits? What the hell?
Well, that's kind of what they're doing here. We do have to get through some super chats and member chats.
All right.
American Dreamer, who's been a member for 6 months, says, hi, do the doggos understand Korean? Love you both. They do. Well, Strawberry understands things. I mainly speak to them in Korean because that's just how they were raised.
Aww.
Well, so the Koreans wouldn't panic, when they see, because Koreans are terrified of these dogs.
Oh, they are?
Oh yeah.
Why?
Because they're scary looking. You can see their bottom teeth.
So they
basically
think they're pit
because
bulls or something. Their bulldogs aren't scary dogs.
Basically, Koreans' only exposure to English bulldogs is the bulldog on Tom and Jerry. And he's just a mean, snarling, But again, everything that dog ever did was to protect his little boy from Tom and Jerry.
So do you, when you give them commands like no and sit, they're in Korean, so that if a Korean were to say it, they would obey? That's smart. Yeah. That's smart.
But of course, my dogs go, oh, somebody's talking to me. Somebody's talking to me. Let's go play with him. That's what they do.
Do people take their children to the other side of the street when they see you coming?
Oh, well, the cute thing is that across the board, 100% of the kids are, they're so cute. Aww. And like a lot of the mothers will be like, but across the board, the funniest thing is like the girls, you'll have like some, super hot girl or something. So, and the girl will be like, oh, cute. And then the boyfriend will be and like blocking their girlfriend from going. And of course, I just can't resist stop saying, oh, would you be a bitch? Your girl wants to play with the dogs. What's your problem? Why do you just be a little more manly than your girlfriend and come over and play with the dogs? And of course, that makes the girlfriends giggle.
What would they think of my Archie Ruckus, my German Shepherd there? They'd go nuts.
I saw a beautiful, just like full-on purebred German Shepherd at the beach. I mean, the kind with the short haunches in the back and the big long forelegs. And, oh my God, it was so beautiful. Just playing out in the ocean. Well, Yoda is just dumber than a bucket of rocks. I know Yoda can hear. Either Yoda doesn't give a fuck, or Yoda is just dumb. Because he can hear when the treat bag gets opened. He can hear when I open the door. He can hear when someone rings the doorbell. He can hear the food bag.
Look at this face. Look at this face.
Archie's a looker.
Look at this face. So cute. I took some hilarious pictures of him yesterday.
But I could call Yoda until the cows come home, and Yoda would, Yoda, hey, Yoda, 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 hey, Yoda, wake up. Hey, Yoda. See, just doesn't give a shit. So either he's just like that cool and like, yeah, leave me alone, or he's just stupid. I think he's brain damaged. I think he's severely brain damaged.
I think he just doesn't give a fuck. That's what I think.
I think he suffered malnutrition when he was a puppy before we rescued him.
Aw.
Because they're brother and sister, and I got them like 5 months apart because Yoda was not thriving at the wasn't bought by any prospective buyers and wasn't thriving at the breeder's place. So hey, what's up, Straubs? So I took him. I just think he was severely malnutrition.
Strawberry came when you called Yoda.
Yep. Hey, what's up?
Strawberry's like, he needs me. He needs someone. I'll go.
Yeah. I bet there's treats there. There's probably treats at the end of this rainbow. So, all right. So John Gordon, sorry, I didn't mean Josh. John Gordon says judge reads book. I'll allow it. Probably not too far from the truth. Mufon. Hey, Mufon. Megan should consider doing a dramatic reading of her terrible book. It's so bad.
Oh, thank you. Which one? Which one did you hate?
No, not your terrible book. No,
I guess.
Ms. Hill's terrible book.
Oh, I thought he meant mine.
Not your terrible book. Ms. Hill's
Becky's terrible book in that accent. I'm only medium smart. What can I tell you? I thought you were talking about
he doesn't want you to read your terrible book.
Just Becky's terrible book.
Yeah, it screams self-published. Which is weird. Anyway, we'll get to that in a bit. Marv White says the guns will never be seen again. How does she know?
Maybe she did it.
Could have been. And Tank Rat with another $20 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. Well, if I was one of those smokers, I would have said F you and walked out and smoked. Or light on up right there. What was she gonna do? Get me thrown off the jury? I would have to talk to the judge. Right.
Me too. I don't get it. All six of them obeyed that stupid demand? Wow.
Apparently. Adara the Wholesome back for more. Thank you so much for your super chat. Last super chat was deleted. What? So I have another one. How about that funny prank called funny prank called perjury before a grand jury that was admitted on the stand in Cross? Oh yeah, the sled agent that lied to the grand jury. Yeah, that was choice. Sled is asshole. And equality. Thank you so much for the $5 Canadian. I'm really confused. What was she thinking? Did she not know what she was doing was wrong, or did she think she could get away with it?
This is a woman on a power trip. Let me explain. She thinks she runs that courthouse. She is the clerk of the court. And she's on a power trip. These people, you've met these people. They're at the DMV. They're at your public school. They're in the administration, and they think they run shit. They work for you, but they think that you work for them. So she treats this place, that courthouse, like her own personal kingdom. She's the queen, and she does whatever the fuck she wants because she's in control. She probably has a special parking lot, Jeff. Parking spot.
Oh, she does.
She is one of the people my dad calls a special kind of asshole who believes they're the main character in everything. Becky is the queen of that courthouse. She's on a power trip. That's it.
You heard it right here from the Megan Fox mouth. Can't agree with you more. So I'm going to give you a big ol' refill bourbon and Coke cheers in the Legal Vices Enjoy Your Legal Vices merch mug that you can purchase at the link below. Oh, cheers. I didn't show you the most cheers. Hang on. Yeah, so in addition to the coffee mug, the pint glass, the Enjoy Your Legal Vices t-shirt, I also have the most ridiculous merch thing that I just wanted to see what it looked like, and it's just hilarious. And I hope everyone buys one because it would be cool as hell. This is the most ridiculous merch.
I'm so excited. Aw!
It's the Legal Vice Enjoy Your Legal Vices poster.
It's a poster. I love it. That would look great. That would look great framed behind your home bar,
I'm going to frame it and put it on the wall right over here above the dog so you can see it on Doggo Camp.
It's perfect.
That just came in the mail today. That's just stupid. I love it.
Ooh, I like Brett and what Brittany has to say, that she thinks Becky should be the new Karen. Instead of calling them Karens, we should call them Beckys.
Becky.
I got a lot of Beckys at work. I've been, in fact, speaking of, part 2 of Tales from the Restaurant is happening today after this stream on Locals, meganfox.locals.com. Make sure you get over there and follow me. I'm doing Tales from the Restaurant Part 2. Yesterday was absolutely freaking hysterical, and Part 2 is going to be even funnier. I couldn't even get through my list. I expected to do it but I worked 4 doubles in a row. I had too many stories to tell, and now I've discovered a Reddit page called Server Life, and I'm dying.
Oh, nice.
I'm literally dying. Their stories are just like mine. Everyone is an asshole. I don't know what the deal is, and I got the nicest comment from a woman who said she was listening to me tell the stories, and her mother, who has dementia and rarely can communicate real well, walked in while I was telling these stories, and her mother was entertained for the entire time and laughing and having a great time, and said, "When can we listen to that funny lady again?" I said, "I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it today." Oh, yes, I work at a restaurant, for those of you who don't know. I'm a journalist, yes, but I'm taking some time off and healing my neck issue. I have to walk to get better. I have a pinched nerve, and my PT said, "You got to walk like 3 miles a day." And I was like, "I don't have time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. If I'm going to walk that far, I need to get paid on the way. So how am I going to do that?" And I decided I went back to waiting tables to make some money. And boy, because I used to do that in my 20s, it was a lot of fun. I've always liked it. And yeah, I am working a couple of jobs.
I fell asleep. I can't remember how far I got into yesterday's show before sleep took me. But but it was funny. The first parts I heard about all the women changing orders and stuff like that.
Oh my God. Oh, all the substitutions. Dear
Yes.
Jesus, this was a real order, you guys. "I will have the eggs Benedict, but I don't want any English muffins. I want extra crispy toast on the side and jam and butter." I'm like, wait. You don't want the eggs Benedict
And the hollandaise sauce on the side,
toast?
too.
Yeah, and I want the hollandaise sauce on the side. "So you want eggs just sitting on a plate?" She was like, "Yes. Yeah, that's what I want. But I need extra hollandaise. I need it on the side and not on top." Then the one with her goes, "I want the same thing, but no tomato." And I'm like, "So you don't want muffins on your eggs Benedict either? You want toast on the side?" Yes, that's what I want. And then the other one orders a burger that had nothing what we put on it and everything that we put on other sandwiches. And it took me like 10 minutes to enter this order. And then they want to know why their food takes so long. And like, why? I'm like, seriously, people? Yeah, it's not eggs Benedict.
It's poached eggs and
It's
toast with
poached
the side
eggs
of hollandaise.
with the side of it. Yeah, I mean, and then when the side of hollandaise came up, she immediately told the food runner, "I need one more of these. I need another one." Oh my God. Oh, she ordered 2 breakfasts for herself. She had that plus the 2 egg breakfast with
And a
scrambled
64-ounce Diet
with
Coke.
scrambled egg whites. And I hear her, she's giant, she's a hog. And I hear her say to the woman next to her, "I need the egg whites because I need extra protein." I'm like, "Lady, you're getting 2 egg whites with the poached eggs. Now you're going to have 4. And you think that this is going to help you health-wise? Like, put down the second breakfast. You're not a hobbit." I wish I could have said that.
No second breakfasts for you, hobbit bitch. Oh no.
Wouldn't it be
All
great
right.
if I could fat shame my customers and just be like, when they order stuff, and be like, "No fries for you. You're getting the salad."
Well, you need to work at that restaurant where that's like their thing, where they just like insult the guests because that's their thing. You've seen that restaurant, haven't you?
That's Ed DeBevick's in
Yeah.
Chicago. There's and
Yeah,
also
you've
Dick's Last Resort does that too.
Yeah, so you just like need to say, "Hey, I have an
Ricada as
idea."
a waiter. Can you imagine Ricada as a waiter? He's like, "What do you want to
All
huff
right.
the butter? Are you going to huff the butter too? Is that what you're going to do here? I'm bringing you a
Use it-
double salad, okay?
Use it for lube like Lizzo does.
You don't need any extra ranch. What you need is, a couple of pieces of lettuce and some squats."
No fried chicken. Do your squats. All right. We've had our little interval of fun here. We've picked up one more super chat unexplainedly from Nathan C., who reads the audible version of Becky's book. I hope to Christ there's not one. I really do. Because we're going to read that here in a little bit. We're going to read a little excerpt from that, and it is truly horrific. Thank you, everybody, for putting up with our little interlude here. It was time. We had to have a little bit of a palate cleansing. There's 1,330 of you and 960 likes. Someone just hit a dislike, so screw you. We need 40 more likes to get to 1,000 likes. Come on, people.
Now, chat, I know you can
I know
do
there's
it.
like 800 of you that haven't hit the like button.
I
So
know
go ahead
that
and
you
hit
can
that.
do it. You
She's
can
gonna
do it.
shame you.
You can pick up those thumbs of
She's gonna
yours that
shame
are,
you.
I don't know, what have you been doing? Lifting weights with them that you can't just smash the like button? No, you just didn't do it. Just do it now. Let's get it up there. Come on. Do I have to pull the stream over and threaten you with the chancla? Do I have to do that? I don't need to. Do I? Just smash it now.
Are you done?
I
Are you
click
done
with my thumbs.
shaming my
Someone
audience?
says, who clicks with their thumbs? Me. Don't you do this? Aren't you doing this with your? That's how I do it. I don't.
I make like dog shadows. That's what I do with my thumbs. Okay. Well, let's see here. We did get one more in here. Timothy Schultz with the $2 super chat says the movie Waiting is so close to real life. The one with Ryan Reynolds and dick jokes. That one. That's a good movie. That's funny. Good old classic sex romp comedy. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah. Well, wait.
Teaches it.
Are you talking about the one with the superhero thing?
Waiting is Ryan Reynolds. He plays a guy.
Oh,
and it's
Waiting.
Just,
no,
yes,
I haven't
Waiting.
seen that.
You should.
I love Ryan Reynolds.
He teaches that you must all respect all people who serve you food.
Oh, I would like that.
It's Ryan Reynolds, so you know it's going to be good.
You know what though?
It's
When people say that, they're like, "Yeah, don't fuck around with people who touch your food." I would never, no matter how awful someone was to me, I would never mess with their food because I find that so disgusting. Like never. Like I will ignore you. I will just leave you sitting there, and I will never come back and check on you. But I would never mess with your food.
So everybody go and terrorize Megan Fox at her place of business because she won't do anything to your food.
I won't, because that's a terrible thing. I think that should be criminal. I think you should be locked up for doing
She'll
anything.
tell the busboy to do something to your food, but she won't do it herself.
No. It should be a felony. It's like the worst thing you can do. I don't do that. No, you say that all restaurant people, I don't know. Some people maybe do that. I would never. Like, I would never spit in somebody's food. Oh, dear Jesus. Just even thinking about it makes me want to puke.
Oh, I didn't know there was a sequel. Oh, all right. I'll have to watch the sequel. Yeah, that'll be my weekend viewing. Oh, there is an Audible version. What? Holy snikes.
Already? Of Becky's book?
Okay. When we get to the reading of that, I will bring it up.
Does the person talk like this in it? Because they really, really should.
Wow.
Oh, man. Oh, it's her own voice?
Oh, when we get there, I'll pull up the Audible and we'll listen to the sample of it here. Hang on a minute. Behind, what was it? What the fuck was it called? Behind
the Doors of Justice?
Behind the Doors of Justice.
Oh no, you chat. I work
They're
so
not
hard.
Lying.
I work so hard. Oh my God, what?
It has 1.5 stars.
I hope the reviews are like, Becky rigged a trial.
Well, I want a refund. Becky Hill should be voted out by South Carolina voters at the first chance. Ms. Hill should have to pay for the new trial out of her paycheck. Was this review helpful to you? That's the only review there is.
That's the only one. I love it.
Yeah, but there is a sample, so we'll listen to it. All right, when we get there. But we have to get there first. So let's bring the exhibits back up and start looking at some of these things. Thank you so much, chat, for bearing with us again. As I said, we're up over 1,000 likes now. We're at 1041, so we can get up to 13. My goal is 1,300 likes. I think 1,300 likes will be the most likes I've ever gotten during a live stream.
Well,
let's work it out, please.
Chat, I am so proud of you if we hit that goal. That would be amazing. Awesome. Oh God, I forgot about the exhibits. Holy shit, now I'm excited again. Let's go. I forgot all about it. The hell time is it anyway? Oh, we're doing good. It's only 10:45.
It is. All right. What they said after the press conference during the question and answer session was that all three of these jurors that came forward independently and separately of each other. Previously, none of them wanted to talk to them. She released her books and they all got pissed and came forward at that point in time. So here we go. And people are saying, I want to see the evidence. This is evidence. This is an affidavit. This is a sworn affidavit under penalty of perjury by a juror in the trial. If he's lying, he can go to jail. So personally appeared before me, redacted, who being duly sworn deposes and states as follows. I was juror 630. Toward the end of the trial, after the President's Day break, but before Mr. Murdaugh testified, the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's testimony, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified. She also instructed the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, including look at his actions and look at his movements, which I understood to mean he was guilty. Immediately after he testified, the foreperson, juror 826, said Mr. Murdaugh was crying on cue. Excuse me, sorry. Juror 820 didn't have time to hit the mute button. Juror 826 criticized the former foreperson, juror 589, for handing Mr. Murdaugh a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury, okay, so juror 826, she was a female. So all of those things I was saying about Mr. Juror 826 and their time in the single occupancy bathroom, I guess she's just doing it with a female. Have to see, excuse me. All right, I just coughed up my lung and I'm back.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do that.
Sorry, it's a contagious cough. The foreperson jury 826 criticized the former foreperson juror 589 for handing Mr. Murdaugh a box of tissues while he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury, we cannot interact with Mr. Murdaugh because that is what the defense wants us to do. The jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberations. Literally exactly what they are told not to do by the judge every single fucking time they leave the courtroom. Toward the end of the trial, Ms. Hill came into the jury room a lot. Ms. Hill and the foreperson, juror 826, had private conversations on multiple occasions. The foreperson, 826, would tell the bailiff, so here's the interaction with the bailiff that you were wondering about, Megan, would tell the bailiff that she needed to speak with Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill would arrive, and then she and the foreperson, 826, would go to another room to have a private conversation. The conversations typically lasted 5 to 10 minutes. The foreperson, 826, never said anything about the content of the conversation. For example, she never communicated logistical information after those conversations. This happened 2 or more times, more frequently towards the end of the trial. When we began deliberations, Ms. Hill told us that this shouldn't take long, and that if we deliberated past 11 p.m., we would be taken directly to a hotel. We had driven from our homes that morning, and we were not prepared to stay overnight. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks, but were told they could not smoke until deliberations were complete. I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Boom.
Oh my God.
Boom. That's a huge bomb right there.
That's a huge admission. That's huge. That's huge. That's it, right? That's the worst thing yet. That's oh my God. I had questions. That's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt.
Exactly.
Oh my God. I knew there was something up with this fucking jury. I knew it. And there was and same with Zachariah Anderson. I want to talk to that jury. Who got to them? Because that trial was insane. There was no evidence, no body, nothing.
And Jaquan Smith quoting one of the greatest memes to exist ever before memes happened, and then boom goes the dynamite. That's a great meme. If you haven't seen the boom goes the dynamite meme,
I'm having an allergy attack. I need a tissue. I'm like sneezing and now I'm itching. Jeez, I hate fall.
I have that effect on women.
It's the pollen and the ragweed in fall. It starts blowing around, and I just can't breathe.
And then after the verdict and immediately before sentencing, Ms. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from a television show. Further affiant saith not. I like these archaic things.
Yes, chat. I'm allergic to corruption. That's absolutely right. This affidavit is giving me an allergy attack. Oh my God. It's so bad. It's so bad.
And this was sworn before.
Wait, the chat says, sorry, Megan, you can't have a pill or tissue until the stream is finished. Love Becky Hill.
That's good. That I think that might be the comment of the day right there.
That was a really good one.
Yeah, we're allergic to Becky. She gives hagweed.
Allergic to hagweed. Oh,
Oh dear. All right,
man.
but this was sworn by Holly Miller, who is Harpootlian's paralegal. So she's also a notary public, so she swore it. But then we have the exhibit B, which is the affidavit of the notary who just swore the last. I mean, this is kind of a weird thing. And we'll explain it here in a minute. Basically, Harpootlian's paralegal, who is also a notary, who also notarized one of the affidavits, is now giving her own affidavit about what another juror said.
Okay, wait. So this is
Yeah.
the woman who just swore the last one.
Yes, this is the notary who just notarized the last affidavit. She's also apparently a paralegal of Dick Poon.
And she witnessed something that we're going to hear about.
Yes. So this is her affidavit, affidavit of Holly Miller. So personally appeared before me, Holly Miller, who being sworn, boom goes the dynamite, who being first duly sworn deposes and states as follows. On August 6, 2023, not too long ago, like exactly a month ago, Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin and I met with juror 741 in the case of State of South Carolina v. Richard Alexander Murdaugh at her home located here. At a meeting on August 6th, she indicated she would sign an affidavit. However, we were unable to arrange with her a suitable time and place. So what she's doing here is saying, this is what I witnessed her saying during this. She's not available to sign the statement herself, so this is what I witnessed her saying.
Well, that's weird. Why didn't they move hell and high water to get her to sign it?
Yeah, well, this is essentially sworn hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
But again, if this goes to a trial or goes to a hearing anyway, she will be testifying under oath as to what she actually said. So this is just kind of a stopgap measure that I guess they wanted to get this thing submitted as quickly as possible. They couldn't arrange anything quickly, so they said, "Okay, here's the next best thing. Let's just give a hearsay rendition of what she said, sign that, submit that, and we can do it later when she's actually called as a witness."
Well, that's true. So they can subpoena her, so they can drag her in and make her testify.
If this actually goes to a hearing, every single one of those jurors will be subpoenaed and they will testify under oath. Wait, I
got a question. Do you think when they do that, if it is televised, are they going to put them behind a screen? Because I would imagine that they could be, if they did these things,
I think so.
in danger.
Yeah. Otherwise,
or are they going to become public?
Well, it is an open court thing, so I mean, I would imagine it's going to be televised. I mean, if not, who knows? But if it is, I guess it would just be the camera on the judge or the lawyers the entire time, or something like that.
Somewhere else. Yeah.
But well, this is apparently what juror 741 said during their meeting on August 6th. During the meeting, she relayed the following information to us. During the trial, she witnessed the clerk of court, Becky Hill, come into the jury room, and Ms. Hill and the foreperson, 826, went into the bathroom. After Ms. Hill and the foreperson exited the bathroom, Ms. Hill told the jurors they could not ask the foreperson questions. Red flag, anybody? Several times during the trial, Ms. Hill told the jurors that the media would want to interview jurors at the end of the trial, and during one of these conversations, she passed out business cards from the media to jurors. At the end of the trial, Ms. Hill told so-and-so that no one from the media wanted to interview her. Sorry, bitch, nobody wants to talk to you. Poor person who's been redacted. Nobody wants to talk to you. Right before the defense put up their case, Ms. Hill told the jurors, y'all are going to hear things that will throw you off. Don't let this distract you or mislead you. After Alex testified, 8 jurors indicated they did not believe his testimony. So-and-so recalled juror 554, known as Boston to many of the jurors, was very emotional during the trial. Okay, juror 554 was emotional. During the visit to Moselle, 826 and redacted, walked to the scene together. Juror 826 began talking with the clerk of court, Becky Hill. There were times the jurors were not kept together, but were in two separate rooms. Somebody noticed jurors talking about the case before deliberations began. Neither she nor juror 758 joined in on the conversations about Alex. As the jury was deliberating, she believes Judge Newman came to the room she was in and told her the jury would have to spend the night at a hotel if they didn't have a vote by a certain time. She does not recall the time deadline. Okay, that's slightly different than what the other witness said, but what the other juror said, but not horribly different. The last affidavit,
similar. It's pretty similar.
Last affidavit was just, if you don't have this thing here, you're going to be taken off to immediately to a hotel. Whereas this was but see, first it was she said
that's going to be how people hear things.
Yeah.
So one person heard it
right.
To them, they translated it to mean, if we don't get this done, we're getting shuttled to a hotel. This one heard we would have to go to a hotel if we didn't have this vote by whatever time.
But the big difference is that the first affidavit, the first legal term here, the first affiant said that it was Becky Hill that told them that. This juror is saying it was Judge Newman that told them that.
Oh.
So there's a slight difference.
Oh, but well, again, maybe he did tell them, hey, listen, guys, you have until, this is what time we have until. And after that, if you don't have a thing, we're going to put you in a hotel. And then she may have reiterated it to somebody else in a different way. Yeah. That could have happened.
Yeah, and it could have been vice versa. It could have just been the fact that 6 months. Well, I mean, God, this is 6 months have passed since the trial ended. It could just be a number of things. It's not a fatal difference, but it is an interesting difference. And sometimes the existence of differences of recollection actually lend more credibility to it. Because if everybody tells exactly the same story with zero deficiencies, zero changes, zero differences, that says we all rehearsed our story together.
Yeah, and maybe like the chat says, some of the jurors took Becky's words as the judge's words because she was speaking for the judge. So it's possible that they just got that mixed. This one got it mixed up in her head that it was straight from the judge and it was really through her. Who knows?
Right. So, but it'll all come out under oath.
Holy crap! I swear these affidavits are making me sneeze. I'm having an allergy attack here.
All right. Well, juror 741 was the first former juror to provide information that the clerk of court made statements to members of the jury about the evidence presented during the trial prior to jury deliberations. Ms. Hill's conduct was corroborated by other jurors during subsequent interviews. Further affiant saith not. Means I ain't got nothing else to say. So Holly Miller signs it, and a different note.
Torgo the White. These affidavits are making me thirsty.
Hey, Kool-Aid. And here is this is where we get to do some more dramatic readings. This is the conversation that took place in the judge's chambers regarding the Facebook post.
Wonderful. I get to do Becky again.
We do. So all 1,336 people that are currently here, and we got over 1,000 subscribers again, 1,000 likes here. We're up to 1,110. We're less than 200 away from 1,300 likes.
Go chat. You can do it.
Let's do it. You guys can do it. You guys rock. 200 more likes and we'll be up to 1,300, which I believe, I could be horribly wrong, but I think that might be our highest consecutive, concurrent while we're live likes ever on the stream.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? God damn it. Okay. B is what we read through. The large pint glasses of bourbon and Coke may be taking over at this point. All right. Exhibit C. Here we go. Okay. This is the draft transcript. The records excerpt from in camera. Cameras are cool. I got a camera right here. All right. From March 1, 2023.
And I didn't think we were going to get to do our little play acting today. This is such a great surprise.
You can be Ms. Hill and I'll be the court.
Okay.
Okay, well, let me see what Becky is talking about. I want to revisit the Facebook post that you mentioned yesterday.
Uh-huh. Right.
So this is, well, I guess we can skip this first
Well,
part.
we already
'cause that's
read
what we
this.
read earlier.
Yeah.
Some better verdict, and it's her
we got back.
ex-husband.
We
She's
got
not talking
past the
too much.
email.
We heard there was an email from Monday. Figured the two went together if it were true. Well, she's
Okay.
confirmed that she has an ex-husband who she has 3 restraining orders against. So
Right. So we looked on Monday after you told me to try and go back and look for it, and we couldn't find it. But then we found out his name, and we found the post and printed it out where he said that he had put something up, but that he had deleted it at the time, and he had put stuff up there that wasn't nice.
he said he got drunk afterwards.
Something about the devil.
Didn't he say it was Satan in it?
Satan was in it, yes. In all of the details, yes.
All right.
Made me do it.
Okay, I just wanted to have that on the record. You're reading a Facebook post by the ex-husband who said it. Of course, you haven't talked with him, so you don't know where he got his information from.
I don't. I can find it, though.
We do know his name for what it's worth. Oh, wait, that was you. Mr.
No, that was Mr. Fernandez. Yeah.
All right. Somebody named Mr. Then the court says, do you think he'll be sober? Judge, what the fuck?
He will be sober. What? I
So,
don't
yeah,
know.
we know his name and we can find, well, do you think he'll be sober? What the fuck?
I don't know. Yeah, so probably not if I had to guess.
What the fuck, Ms.
What?
Hill? What is this? I guess they're talking about maybe going and talking to him about this post. And he's like,
Would
"Do
they
you
think
he'll
that
be
this guy is
sober?"
drunk all the time?
Well, the Satan's up his ass, so maybe he is. I don't know. Holy crap. And this was like on a Friday. So I like harpooning. He's like, well, it's Wednesday now. It's like 5 days later. Well, is today Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Well, it's Wednesday night. So he's, oh, and then it gets cut off. Damn it.
Oh, man, I wish I could hear. We need more of this.
Seriously. What the hell?
Do you think he will be sober? What the hell kind of question? And how would Miss Hill know that? How does Becky doesn't know any? Listen, Becky, you don't know this guy. You don't know what he's doing on a random Wednesday. How would she know that he wouldn't be sober or not?
Satan makes you drink and do porn. Oh, damn it. I didn't know I was under the influence of Satan, but I guess I am.
Put down the porn.
Dramatic
folks.
cliffhanger. What is he on Wednesdays?
Yeah, I want to see the rest of this transcript.
A few 6-packs later. Oh, Lord. No comment. Keep the mystery alive. Oh, wow. So this is like harsh. I mean, what is this? So I guess they're like saying, oh, so you haven't talked with him, so you don't know where he got the information. Well, I can find it, but we know his name. So it seems like the court is saying we can go and talk to this guy. We can bring him in and talk to him or whatever. Like, do you think he'll be sober? Well, probably not if I had to get. What the fuck? Both court and Ms. Hill? That's some shit right there.
That's crazy. Why?
But I
would
do like
she...
harpooning. Well, it is Wednesday.
Like it's not. I think he's about to say it's not a weekend. So most people are not drunk on a Wednesday. Well, unless you're on LawTube.
Yeah. Then it was 5 days.
What day is it today? Isn't it Wednesday?
It's Thursday here, I think. All right. The moment you've been waiting for. Exhibit D. Rebecca Hill.
Oh, I get to read
Behind
this
the
too.
Doors of Justice excerpts.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
I cannot possibly read all of this shit.
I'll read it.
I'll read as much as I can stomach, and then you can take over.
Don't you want it in Becky's voice?
Well, see, here's the thing. So I think to get Becky's voice, we have to listen to her Audible clip first.
Yes, we do.
First of all, I have to make sure that, okay, I'm not completely, I mean, not that it's a big mystery anyway, but I'm not completely doxxed by my Audible screen, so cool. Wait, what happened to the dogs? They vanished. The incredible vanish.
Hey, listen, Jeff, you can actually share a screen without sharing the screen.
I know you told me how to do that once, but I'm
retarded. You
so
see the things underneath, where it shows you what you want to see. You just share the thing and you click on one of the other ones, like this view, and add it to screen, and just make sure you have it clicked on this view, and it'll still play.
Yes. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Okay.
That's too complicated for me in my current situation. And
I
Doggo
understand.
Cam is rebooting, I
Okay.
think. It's still dark, so it might not reboot. It's just weird that if I move it too fast, it just like freaks out.
Strawberry and Yoda, fuck this shit.
Yeah,
They're
pretty
out.
much. Yeah. Fuck this shit, I'm out. All right. All right, here's the Audible page.
Oh, hilarious. Okay.
Behind the doors of justice.
Sample. Play the sample.
Let's hit the sample.
Just ahead in the line of vehicles was also Judge Newman, his law clerk Gabby,
That's a robot.
detail.
It is.
Leading the procession
Sounds
were
like
the
it.
2 jury vans, which were driven by law enforcement officers.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
The bailiff in each van. Once we
Damn.
arrived, time stood still. It was eerily quiet. Everyone remained silent, almost as if we all were waiting to hear the whispers in the wind of Maggie and Paul.
Oh, fuck
She
off.
is a bad reader.
Lost in thought, working out in their minds everything they had heard the past 6 weeks inside the courtroom. They were there to experience Moselle, to see it, feel it, touch it, smell it, and come to their own conclusions of what happened that
Smell it,
fateful
feel
night
it,
on
touch it,
June
and
7, 2021. The Murdaugh Moselle property is 1,772 acres of land, which includes a 5,275
I like
square
my
foot
Becky better.
custom-built home with a southern farmhouse motif, an 1,140 square foot guest cabin, an airplane hangar, dog kennels, and sheds. It includes 2.5 miles of river frontage and plenty of space for hunting, wildlife, and fishing. The Murdaugh family had acquired the property from their friends, the Bullwares, in 2013.
It really could
And
be a
Alec
Southern
transferred
AI.
the ownership of the
bot.
entire
It could be.
property to his wife, Maggie, for $5. They hired many people to help maintain it, including a housekeeper, groundskeepers, and more.
Grounds.
It was said that Maggie had permanently moved to their home on Edisto Beach after the boat accident involving her son, Paul. Things in Hampton County were not good for Maggie or Paul after the boat crash, and it seemed like
Okay, I give. I can't do that
I
anymore.
don't
Oh, my
like
Lord
it.
in heaven.
Don't like.
Yeah.
Do not like. That is it might be her, it might be a person, or it might be AI trying to sound like a Southern person. I can't tell because it's
I
very
think that's just her being a really shitty reader.
and she's a bad
because-
reader. I promise to do better than that. I will take you deep into the story. Text
where
to
did that-
speech. That is what
where'd
it
that
sounds
quote
like.
go? Her voice is Reba McEntire, but if she was an unenthusiastic robot, not a coal miner's
Bad.
daughter.
It's bad.
She was an unenthusiastic
Folks,
robotic
never
coal
read
miner's
your own
daughter.
audiobook unless you have
No.
audio experience.
That's a thing.
Don't do it.
Like some of the worst audiobooks out there are read by the authors.
Yeah.
Some of the worst. Like one of the few exceptions is Graham Norton. Graham Norton is an amazing reader. I don't know if you've seen any of the
You have
Graham
to have
Norton show.
acting experience. You have to have
Yeah.
broadcasting experience. You have to know how to use your voice and intonation and how to convey emotion. You can't just read. People
Yeah.
will fall the fuck asleep. Like you can't.
I'm
do
just like
that.
for me, I'm a shitty book reader. I'm just like a shitty audio reader, because I just am. It's just not my thing. I think in my head I'm good, but apparently I'm not, because it's a skill. But anywho, yeah, Neil Peart, amazing writer and reader. I mean, well, he's the drummer for Rush. For those of you that don't know.
Oh,
Neil
somebody
Neil Peart's a
just
fucking
said
genius.
that's probably what it is. You know, there's AI
What?
now where you can read something into AI and then it will say anything in your voice. That's probably what they did. That's why it sounds so
It
weird.
could be. It could. But I mean, if you just let's get into this, and you'll see that her writing is very, very robotic. So it just I mean, like for all I know, Chat GPT wrote her fucking book.
Chat GPT. Exactly.
Josh Gordon says, I would Paul myself if I had to listen for 4 hours.
Ah,
That's harsh. Aren't most moms good readers? We have
Yes.
to entertain our kids.
yep. I do all the voices when I read to the kid. I do all the voices. They love it.
Tim Curry's my favorite audiobook reader. Well, apparently, I would assume pre-stroke Tim Curry. Not to be rude, but yeah. My favorite audiobook reader is Scott Brick. Scott Brick is amazing, and Tim Robinson, I think his name is a great. Anyway, this isn't an audiobook reading thing. That the only Peart breasts I like it's Neil Peart, not Pert. Everybody pronounces it Pert, but it's Neil Peart. Tim Curry had a stroke like 15 fucking years ago. Yeah, like totally. Anyway, let's get on with the reading of the book, shall we? Ugh. Oh, and before we go, we do have a couple of things. Well, we have one thing going on. Nancy Jo M, who dropped some serious cash earlier, has also gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. That was like
nice.
10 minutes ago. So if you got one of her Legal Vices memberships, give her a super special thanks. And for those of you members new and old, I will probably early Sunday morning be doing a member stream just because I haven't done one for a while and someone told me I was a dick for not doing it. So I'll undick myself and do one on Sunday morning. Let's bring this. For some reason, yeah, Doggo Cam has now gone kaput. So sorry, apologies. We'll do our best to bring it back. But I'll have to do that whilst reading. So yeah. Present, share screen, window.
Crap, I'm sneezing again.
It's these exhibits, man. They make you sneeze. They're laced with cocaine or something. Here we are, Rebecca, Becky Hill, clerk of court. Yeah, see, like using her position. This is what they were talking about earlier. Using her position to get any personal financial gain is wrong, if not illegal. So for her to put clerk of court here, I mean, that's a serious ethical, if not legal violation.
It's bad.
It is.
It's very bad, Becky.
Oh, dude, look at this. They submitted a copy with her autograph on it.
Oh my God.
Why
is Becky? Why did she put Becky in? Why didn't she just sign it Becky Hill?
Because maybe not everybody knows that Becky is short for Rebecca.
Jesus.
Isn't that awesome? That like they literally submitted an autographed copy of the book as an exhibit for.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I think it's hilarious.
It is funny. And why did she sign it? Why did she sign it on the front of the cover? That's not how you sign a book, lady.
No, it's not.
You sign it inside the. Here, I'll show you. See, here's my book. And if you're gonna sign it, the signature goes on the first page right here. This is where it goes. It does not go across the cover of the book, Becky. What a retard.
It does if you're quote unquote Becky, because Becky's a hoe name, right?
Man,
Flux?
she really wants attention. She's really look at me.
Now the thing that like catches my ear and my eye here, and you'll notice it later, is it's Rebecca, and even like the author's name, Rebecca. Quote Becky unquote H Hill. That's her name. Rebecca Becky H Hill. With Neil R. Gordon. Whoever the fuck Neil R. Gordon is, he's apparently the brains behind this writing operation. I'm assuming he's the ghostwriter. And if he's the ghostwriter, he just needs to give up the ghost and move along with life because I mean if like Neil R. Gordon's writing is this shit. Imagine how shitty her writing was that she would have to get Neil R. Gordon to try to make it better.
They call me Becky was the original working title, I bet.
They call me Becky. They call me Nobody. That's a great movie. The H is for whore. Oh, ooh! Apparently had a bit to drink. I just laughed and I got dizzy. It's funny. All right.
It's all the
Duncan,
liquor.
Idaho.
Yeah, it's the liquor.
No, it's just straight wild turkey. Duncan, Idaho, member for 6 months, said one of the best fantasy series ever, the Abortion Chronicles. Okay, narrated by pre-stroke Tim Curry. Check it out. The Abortion Chronicles. I have never heard of this. That's suspiciously close to the Abortion Chronicles, so I'm kind of leery of checking it out. But anyway, Wolfram, member for 10 months, is due to media tainting. So we got abortion in one. Now we got taint in the next one. Due to media tainting, the new jury pool, we're submitting a motion for change of venue to Canada. Yeah, then we can blame it all on Canada.
You really, if you think about it, that actually brings up an interesting dilemma. There's nowhere to change venue at this point because of that freaking Netflix documentary. Where could they go where the jury isn't tainted?
No, that's a very interesting question, Megan, and that's something that I've seen other people bring up and that I wanted to address, but I forgot until you just mentioned it. It's sort of a legal fiction that if you just go to a different county, nobody will know anything about it.
Well,
so that's essentially
high profile. It's like
that's essentially what change of venues are. It's like, okay, nobody in this county can give them a fair trial, but if we just go next door, then nobody will have any opinion about this. So it's just kind of like a change of venue. Essentially, just means like go down the road a little bit, go down the road a piece and file the trial and hold it there, and then magically nobody will have heard anything. It's a legal fiction. And Julio, speaking of legal fictions, hi Julio, we love you. You're an awesome person.
Hey,
Julio
Julie.
she's been a member for 11 months. That's fascinating to me. Thank you so much. 2 days in a row of Megan Fox. Hey, woo. What am I, chopped liver over here? Give me every day. I can't hear affidavit without going to Theo Vaughn saying he thought it was affidavit. Gang, gang. I love Theo. Theo Vaughn is hilarious. Okay. Never trust Netflix. Right. I think we're ready to go into this at the judge's beck and call. At the judge's becky and call, I believe. Right. Behind the doors of justice, the Murdaugh murders. Picture. Can you hear the dog snoring in the background? They look really loud. Let me see if I can bring up.
I can't hear the snoring.
Doggo Cam is functioning again, so let me see if I can finesse this without toasting it. I'm going to have to give me a quick second here to adjust Doggo Cam for all of your viewing pleasure. I just need to zoom the camera out a bit. Otherwise, we get inappropriate parts shown. Like, only inappropriate parts shown.
Oh no! Did you freeze again? Oh no! Okay,
I didn't.
You were just being.
Don't scare me!
Still, you were just being very still.
Jesus! Don't do that.
You were like.
Whew, that scared me there. All right, there's Strawberry sleeping on the floor, and here's us reading this shitty book by Rebecca Becky Horhill and Neil R. Gordon.
Becky Horhill.
I'll read as much as I can, and then it's up to you, because I can't read all of this shit. It killed me to read like half a page during my show prep. While Dateline producers were in town for the trial in February 2023, they asked for Judge Newman's cell phone number, which I was given permission to provide to them. Then Craig reached out to Judge Newman to reconnect. Craig grew up in Columbia, South Carolina, where his family and Judge Newman's family, where Judge Newman's family knew each other. In fact, Craig was friends with Judge Newman's late son. As Judge Newman was beginning his first of many terms as a circuit court judge in Columbia, Craig was beginning his career.
Do you want us to understand this? Jeff, you're doing terribly.
I'm doing Becky-ly. I'm doing Becky-ly. All right. So, where are we here? As Judge Newman was beginning his first of many terms as a circuit court judge in Columbia, Craig was beginning his career at the WIS-TV before being recruited to a station in Washington, D.C., and then NBC Network in New York. That exclusive interview with Judge Newman and his daughter, also a judge, took place in Columbia. Okay, if you're old enough to have a daughter who's a judge, you might be ready for retirement. Valerie Burlin. Valerie is a national Wall Street Journal reporter who has covered the South for 18 years. She was the pool reporter sent to Moselle with pool photographer Andrew J. Whitaker of the Post and Courier newspaper. In October 2021, Valerie signed a book deal with the division of the iconic Penguin Random House Publishing Company for a... See, you can't read this shit in an engaging way because this is the most boring fucking shit I've ever read.
I can.
No, you can read it in a silly way. That's different.
Silly is still engaging.
Because, yeah, I mean, that's what you want. This is poorly. This is
No,
like a book report.
It's not good. It's not
This
good.
is a book report. This is not a book.
I like the way I like this turn of phrase though. As it so happened.
Yes. As it so happened, my 55th birthday fell during the trial in the spring of 2023.
Why is that interesting?
Because she's the fucking center of the book, not Alex Murdaugh.
She's the main
Alex
character.
Murdaugh has nothing to do with this story. This is the
My birthday is March 10th, and Valerie was born in late February. So it was decided to have. I'm like, who can't based on your birthday, something was decided? Come on.
This is a coffee clatch book. I mean, just people hanging out.
It was decided to have a party. Yeah. We're going to have a party for my birthday.
Oh, no, it's worse than that. We decided to have a party for both of us at her Airbnb on the night of her birthday. She invited many of her colleagues who were who were covering the trial for the regional and national media outlets. We had food, birthday cake, a lot of laughs, and a little truth
what we found
serum.
out here is that Becky is rubbing elbows with all the media there.
Yes, at a birthday party, where they had a little truth serum in the form of liquid refreshments. As we were cleaning up after the party, a few of us were asked how we would vote at that point in the trial if we were members of the jury. Before answering, we pledged a cone of silence.
Oh my God.
And for that reason, I cannot reveal the results of our straw jury poll. What I can say is that many of the party guests agreed with what ended up becoming the actual verdict of the trial.
That's not what...
Can't say what happened, but here's what happened.
Oh my God.
The Today Show and Dateline. Sunday night, after Alex was sentenced, I accompanied 3 jurors from the trial to New York City. As I mentioned earlier, why would you say that in a book? As I mentioned earlier, Craig Melvin and Savannah Guthrie of the Today Show interviewed the 3 jurors during a 7-minute high-energy segment. While we were all in the Today Show green room, we met and took photos with country music star
look
Dustin
at her.
Lynch.
She's a star whore.
Who was also getting ready to appear on the program to sing one of his hit songs. Once the taping of the Today Show concluded, we were whisked away from the 850-foot skyscraper building. Skyscraper building, that's a bit redundant, Becky.
Oh my God.
By a driver
in a black
Chevy Tahoe
to a different studio
near 30 Rock. Oh God!
She's just so excited.
30 Rock. We're so hip.
This.
We're not going to call it 30 Rockefeller Center, home of the Late Night with David Letterman show, but it's 30 Rock because she watched that Alec Baldwin series. Yeah. Studio near 30 Rock. She's so hip. She's calling it by its hip name, where Dateline taped some of its segments. What stuck out to me was that one of the jurors mentioned to a producer that she was craving for pizza and cheesecake. And the next thing we know, both were delivered in time for lunch.
Oh God.
This isn't even a book report.
This is great.
We'll get there.
But my God.
This is a high school girl's diary entry. This is not a book. This is not a book report. This is like the worst horrible writing. And this is Neil R. Gordon apparently helping her write this shit. The trip was extra special for me because it was my first time ever flying on an airplane. Oh, look at this. This is her first time ever flying on an airplane from, BF Carolina to New York City, but she's already throwing down terms like we went near 30 Rock. She's like she lives in downtown fucking New York City.
God, this is
my Lord.
Sick.
We flew from Charleston to New York City and could order whatever we wanted. I chose pretzels and Coke.
Exclamation point.
Right.
Oh my God. If she's excited about airplane food and airport, that's crazy.
No, look at this. And could order whatever we wanted. I chose pretzels and Coke. To anyone who has ever flown on any fucking airplane for any length of time knows that if you choose nothing, you get pretzels and Coke.
Oh my God.
You can order whatever you want. And you
No,
order
and this
the
is
thing
not-
you get by
This is-
default.
what is she writing? She's right. Why does she think people want to know this? This is crazy. And she's
don't
really
care.
excited by that black Chevy Tahoe car service. Wow, she's
yeah.
she's never been in
Oh
a
my
car
God,
service
yes.
before.
Right. I chose pretzels and Coke to relieve anxiety.
What? I like this part. And we got to ride through one of those dark underwater tunnels that led us out into the city that never sleeps. Holy crap, lady.
Oh, wait, where was this one comment? This was funny. Where did it go? Oh, it burns when I pee. I have a doctor's appointment today. Well, sorry, Oliver.
Good luck.
That's not the one I was looking for, but that was funny. Where was this? Oh, no. Tempus Veritas. Is this the part of the story where she touches herself inappropriately? Boy, I could use some Coke listening to this. Oh, where's this quote that I was looking for? My body is having a physical reaction to this. Yeah, seriously. No, that is literally what I thought the Lucentile. I literally thought this was like I was gonna say that before I said it was like a high school girl's diary. I was gonna say this. I was literally gonna say this was like what I did during my summer vacation writing assignment. That's literally what I was gonna say. We're on the same page because clearly you're intelligent like me. And Adara the Wholesome says Netflix had people think he's guilty here in Idaho. Well. You're in Idaho. What part of Idaho are you in? All my fams are from Pocatello and Boise, and Franklin. If this is ghost written, how bad was it? Right, that's what I'm saying, Givner. Ginver, sorry, you don't like when I call you Givner. Ginver, right? Really, if this is the improved version by the ghostwriter, that's really sucky. But I can't find the one comment that I wanted to read because chat is going so damn fast. Oh, Becky, enjoy that choice of pretzels.
Everybody knows when you go on an airplane now, you don't get a choice of anything except it's like either pretzels or some like chocolate wafer thing. I mean, what is she even talking about? You can't order whatever you want anymore on a plane.
This is like Chad Daybell's Mormon porn.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it kind of is. But yeah, it's like literally, it's like we can order anything we want. So I ordered pretzels and Coke. No, you got that by fucking default, Becky. That is literally like
that's a default. Yeah.
They come down the aisle and they go, "Do you want Sun Chips or pretzels?"
Or pretzels.
Just give me the fucking package with 3 fucking pretzels in it.
Yeah, and then we pretend like we've had a snack. Yeah, come on.
Yeah. Shit. All right. Let's back to this abomination. I chose pretzels and Coke to relieve some of my anxiety. Then a black Chevy Tahoe, and again, like you said, she's got this thing about black Chevy Tahoes.
Yeah, she's very, very excited by this.
Yeah, she's never seen a real black Chevy Tahoe before. Once you go black Chevy Tahoe, you
never go back.
Sent to pick us up from LaGuardia Airport, and we got to ride through one of those dark underwater tunnels that led us out into the quote city that never sleeps.
Oh, God.
NBC put us in the hands of the fabulous Haley Barber, Dateline producer, who put us all up in one of the nice Manhattan hotels and fed us at a restaurant. She has this fucking thing for food. Look at this one page. Pizza and cheesecake delivered before lunch. I chose pretzels and Coke. Now we're in a restaurant in a nice Manhattan hotel. She has this. She's like one of those starving people that, like, they just talk about food all the time because they're hungry. Oh my Lord, this is so stupid. One of those nice Manhattan hotels and fed us at a restaurant on the Avenue of the Americas, a block away from 30 Rock in Midtown Manhattan. On the eve of the interview.
This is unbelievable.
Afterwards, the jurors told me they felt like they were heard and loved their 15 minutes of fame in the Big Apple.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Becky.
They were heard. Can't you just see that? Oh, I love my 15 minutes of fame. Give me my pretzels and Coke, bitch.
Oh my God.
Chapter 12.
She set up this 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, I'm losing my will to live here. So you're gonna. How much more of this do we have? 2K, 2 pages. 4 pages. Phew. All right. Okay. I think I got like 2 pages, and you can take the last 3 because I'm gonna kill myself if I have to read more. Chapter 12. We, the people, duty, honor, and service. Serve wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord, not people, because you know that the Lord will reward each of you for whatever good they do. Ephesians 6, 7, and 8, the New International Version, the NIV Bible. Say hallelujah. Working with jurors is always a unique experience. And like with any jury, we had some behind-the-scenes happenings with our jurors. Quote, criminal liability here. While most of the jurors were focused and engaged during the Murdaugh trial, we did have one juror who was an alternate at one point who was not. She was more focused on the crowd, who was watching, who was or wasn't following Judge Newman's rules. Well, I think we should all be fucking looking at who is not following the judge's rules. Becky! Becky! Like, see, that's like, this bitch is looking at who's not following the judge's rules, so I hate her ass and I want to get her out of here. For example, she caught a new visitor to the courtroom who was sitting directly across from her, who looked like she may have been taking a picture of the jury, and that wasn't going to fly with her, as it shouldn't fucking have, Ms. Hill. You shouldn't be taking pictures of the jury. So basically, she hates this alternate juror for doing everything right. Becky? Another juror couldn't or wouldn't sit still during the trial, and it seemed like every time she shifted in her chair, it made a loud squeak. Occasionally, attorneys would wait for the rhythm of the squeaks to subside before continuing their cross-examination. While I'm getting the vapors with all that sexy talk. Attorneys waiting for the rhythm of the squeaks to subside. Lordy, that's just giving me the vapors. Oh, Lordy.
The rhythm of the squeaks? The rhythm of the squeaks?
Yeah, to the rhythm of the squeaks. Come on, feel your body, everybody. Do the conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Feel the rhythm of the squeaks getting stronger. Don't you fight against me. Do the conga beat.
Squeak. Dun, 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 dun.
God damn it. I said serious journalist Megan Fox was coming. No.
That girl doesn't exist anymore. I fucking killed her, okay? Like, I wait tables now and tell stupid stories. That's what I do.
And I kind of hate myself for remembering like literally every lyric to a 35-year-old pop song.
That's what I was thinking of. It's really funny that you started singing that, because when I said rhythm of the squeaks, I was like, oh my God, that's a what's her name song? And that was the song. God, why can't I think of her name now? Miami Sound Machine.
Exactly.
Feel the rhythm of the squeaks.
Well, see, it was either that or the rhythm of the night. I was like debating which one I wanted to go.
No, it was definitely rhythm of the that one. The Miami
Conga.
Sound Machine was right.
Yeah, so it was like, do I go with Miami Sound Machine's conga or to go with
no? It was Miami.
Night?
That was the right choice, Jeff. It was the perfect choice.
That's not Gloria Estefan.
Yes, it is.
Is it? Oh, yeah.
In the Miami Sound Machine.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I should know that because I was like a radio DJ back then. I should know that.
Oh my God.
Right. Sorry for that weird delay, people. See how many people we only lost 50 people because of that. Cool. We are at 1,227 subscribers. 73 more, and we'll hit 1,300 subscribers. That's actually really
likes.
Cool.
You don't mean
that's what I meant, likes. Yeah, but I wonder what's happened with our subscribers. What has happened with our subscribers? That's an interesting question. Let's find out the answer. Now, how many have we lost since I started this shit show?
Oh my God, the rhythm of the squeaks should be the name of this book.
We've picked up. We are now at 63,703 subscribers. We've picked up like 10 since we started, but we should have picked up like 1,000.
All right, we got to get through this. I got to get to Tales from the Restaurant Part 2.
All right, we're halfway through this thing, so we'll go. But some of it's overlaps.
All right.
Let's get moving here. 1,239 likes, 60 more, and we'll be there. Then there was the egg lady juror. The juror worked on a monkey farm. What? Wait a minute. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Just when I think Just when I think the stream is getting back on track, the next sentence involves the term monkey farm.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, Carolina people, is there literally a fucking monkey farm there? What the hell? All right. There was the young lady juror.
Yeah, it's in the Low Country, Jeff. It's in the Low Country.
Worked on a monkey farm in the Low Country, and she drove Judge Newman bananas. Oh, see what she did there? See what she did there?
Oh, but she didn't. She doesn't think you're going to notice. Pun intended.
Pun intended.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, this is the worst fucking writing. Through the Facebook page, Walter Burrow word of mouth, about 20,000 followers saw this juror's ex-husband post about how he was talking way too much to friends and family about the case. Many people became aware of the situation after court on Friday, February 24th, and it was brought to the attention of Judge Newman. I typically didn't have the time or energy to watch any media coverage of the trial, but on that Friday night, I scrolled through the Walter Burrow word of mouth social media feed and saw the post from the ex-husband, but didn't mention the juror's name or her juror number. At the time, I didn't think anything of it and kept scrolling, mainly because I'd been inundated with emails and messages from people all over the world about what they had heard, what they had seen, how the prosecution and the defense should run their cases, how Judge Newman should rule, what to address with anyone and everyone involved in the courthouse, and so on. I felt like a principal dealing with the tattletales and problems and issues every day. It was tiring. Phew, let me get through these two super chats, and then Megan, I can't do this anymore. You got to take over the last few pages because it's horrific.
Finally, I'm dying to do it.
Yeah. Summer Golden says Megan is on point. She sounds like Shelby from Steel Magnolias. Best movie
My
ever.
colors are blush and bashful.
I just think Kathy Bates. That's her name, right? That that was the scene from Fried Green Tomatoes when she's like, I have more insurance than you.
Yeah.
I love that scene. That was from Fried Green Tomatoes. Adara the Wholesome, Coeur d'Alene. Okay, not many racists here. And they all literally center around Coeur d'Alene. I believe that's where O.J. Simpson investigator detective Mark Furman resides these days. Coeur d'Alene, not many racists here, but Mark, Yep, that's right, Mark Furman, right? He's there. Right, Coeur d'Alene, that's up north. Right. And we have a Hyundai. Ooh. For some reason, this didn't get tagged, so I have to scroll up.
A while ago. It's for another shot.
Gotta scroll way the hell up here. I am so sorry. Where did this go?
Here, I can read it. I
can too, but I'm trying to pull it up here to give Tankrat the recognition he deserves. But that was so long ago. Let me see where it was. I can check the timestamp. That was at 12:20 a.m. We're almost there. We're almost there as I scroll up desperately. I'm at 12:21. Here we go.
Mine says 11.
I'm Tankrat. $100. Another Hyundai from Tankrat. Sweet baby Jeebus. Have another shot. This debacle is so crazy that it can't be false. This woman deserves a jail cell with a key tossed in the Mariana Trench, right?
Yep, absolutely, she does.
Cheers. Thank you so much, Tankrat. This is the second big donation of the day. Thank you. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Now we'll turn over our reading to Megan Fox.
All right, here we go. When Monday morning came, Judge Newman asked me to find the social media post. One of our techies in the clerk's office, Lori Wise, looked into it and couldn't find it at first. Luckily, though, she kept looking and saw where the post was taken down and replaced with an apology from the juror's ex-husband. He said Satan had gotten a hold of him and he had been drinking at the time, and he posted that he was now very sorry.
Who was it? Who could it possibly be? Was it, I don't know. Satan?
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
After Judge Newman interviewed the juror and the corroborating witnesses about this situation, he removed the juror from the jury before court started that Monday morning. We learned later that ex-spouses hadn't seen each other in 14 years, and the former juror had 3 restraining orders against her ex-husband. When a juror is removed from a jury, it's normal practice for the judge to ask if there are any personal items that they'd like to retrieve from the private jury room. When Judge Newman graciously presented this question to the former juror, she said she just wanted to get her eggs, which caused some laughter in the courtroom and nationally once the media got a hold of the story. Judge Newman even broke out into one of the largest grins I've ever seen. One of the other jurors raised chickens on their farm and had brought in a dozen eggs to whomever wanted them. And at this time, the eggs were selling for about $8 a dozen, which was very high. So it's understandable why the removed juror wanted to get her eggs. Local singer-songwriters. What? Okay, this must be a different page now. While the jurors viewed the Moselle property, we could all hear and see that Alex's story was impossible. God gives us all gifts, and the gift of discernment is shared by many. Some of us, either from the courthouse, law enforcement, or jury at Moselle, had an epiphany and shared our thoughts with our eyes. Like ESP, apparently. At the moment, many of us standing there knew, I knew, and they knew that Alex was guilty. Once we were all back inside our vehicles, heavy-hearted and contemplative, our procession headed back along Highway 63 toward the town center of Walterboro. The wind had died down mysteriously, and the sun had begun to shine through the clouds. One of the roles of the clerk of the court is to be Switzerland between the jury and the lawyers and the public and any other entities involved. In the moments riding back in our vehicle and with the jurors and decision makers in other vehicles, we were just regular people, and our thoughts spilled out. Oh
Ew.
my God!
Ew.
Just as the jury would do in the span of 3 hours, we unanimously came to our own verdict in just 3 minutes. Guilty. Oh my God, they're not supposed to discuss the case, even amongst themselves, until deliberation.
Right? So she's
my God.
literally writing in her book, admitting to juror misconduct and admitting
tampering.
to her tampering. Exactly.
In my opinion, the decision to visit Moselle by Murdaugh's defense team did not work in their favor. They were hoping to show that the proximity was too close for one shooter, and they felt like the pictures didn't show the distance correctly. And Doug Brown, who worked for the defense team during the trial, said Doug Brown, many of us question if Alex is bipolar, schizophrenic, or a narcissist, while some wonder if he snapped due to the pressure, Paul's boating accident, and the crumbling of the family dynasty. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. When and where did this family begin to blur this fact of life? The moral compass that rules most law-abiding citizens like me didn't seem to exist in Alex. I don't really want to believe that a father could murder his son and wife. Sometimes, though, the line of love gets blurred and turned into a crime of passion and a crime of desperation.
Line of love?
I believe most people cannot fathom killing or hurting a family member, especially in the name of love. But during our time at Moselle, Alex's fate was sealed. Holy shit, lady!
In the name of love.
Wow.
Sorry, went all you two there. Wow.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, so she's like admitted to felonies there.
Yep.
Righto. Moving right along. Timothy Stone Facebook post.
All right. Awesome. We're finally through the reading.
Yeah, and that's a horrible thing. Now remember, the first post was mysteriously and miraculously never screen captured, downloaded, recorded, photographed, anything. There is no evidence the first post from Timothy Stone ever existed. But there's this apology from Timothy Stone, the ex-husband allegedly of juror whatever she was, 7 whatever, the egg lady. Folks, I posted an ugly post yesterday to which I've deleted, and I kind of in a roundabout way directed it towards a certain person. I would like to apologize to everyone who read it in that ugly. Reddit that ugly for me to do that. And yes, I let Satan control me, and I broke down and started drinking. And when I was drunk, I made the post and I'm sorry. There's a bunch of replies like, oh, you know, Jesus loves you, or don't do it again. That kind of weird shit. Affidavit of Tim Stone. That's an important distinction. The Facebook post of Timothy Stone and the affidavit of Tim Stone.
This is going to be interesting.
Personally appeared before me, Tim Stone, who being first duly sworn deposes and states as follows. I am the ex-husband of Egg Lady. I did not post anything to Facebook group Walterboro Word of Mouth. Third, what? What are you laughing at, Megan?
He didn't post anything.
Anything. Because as you recall, during the main part of the affidavit, he gave them access. They downloaded his entire Facebook posting history, and none of this ever happened. Between January 23rd and March 2nd, 2023, I did not post anything on this social media page or my own Facebook social media page about her being a juror, that she was talking way too much to friends and family about the case, or that Satan had gotten a hold of me. And I had been drinking at the time I posted and was now very sorry. Nor did I post what is attached as Exhibit A, which has been represented to me to be an alleged post to the Walterboro Word of Mouth Facebook page and a court exhibit in the state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh trial. I do not have a Facebook page set up as Timothy Stone. Wow. My profile name is Tim Stone, and my Facebook page is this. I was never contacted by law enforcement, the South Carolina, because remember she said that SLED and the whoever the hell else it was visited him, and he confirmed that he did it. I was never contacted by law enforcement, the South Carolina Attorney General's office, the clerk of court Betty Hill, or anyone at the Colleton County Court clerk of court's office about Exhibit A, or a post on the Walterboro Word of Mouth Facebook page concerning my ex-wife. I do not know so-and-so. I did not know so-and-so was on the Murdaugh jury until I heard her voice on a recording when she was being excused as a juror as she was discussing something about eggs. For the Avian saith it not. So yeah, that's him going, hey, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. That's not even my name.
Did Becky manufacture a Facebook page?
Well, see, that's the question. It's either she manufactured that, or she just randomly found some guy named Tim who randomly happened to accidentally make an apology post around that time. Those are the only two options, assuming that Tim Stone, which was a great movie, by the way, is telling the truth. Assuming, you see, this is Timothy Stone, and apparently that picture is not him. So she either made it up and manufactured the evidence, or she just found some random guy and lied about it being the husband of the ex-juror. Either way, ain't good if you're Becky Ho Hill.
Wow.
Affidavit of P. Barber.
This is crazy.
Now, this is Philip Barber, who is an attorney at Dick Harpootlian's office. So this is one of Dick Poon's colleagues. Personally appeared before me, Tim Stone. So this is his affidavit about what Tim Stone did.
All right, keep reading. I have to run to the bathroom. I'll listen to you on the phone. I've been sitting here forever and had 4 cups of coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I am an attorney in the firm of Richard A. Harpootlian, PA, and counsel for record for the defendant Richard Alexander Murdaugh. On August 18th, 2023, that's like 2 weeks ago, folks, I met with Tim Stone at his home. He provided his Facebook login information and allowed me to download a copy of all of his Facebook activity from January 23, 2023 to March 2nd, 2023. A true copy of the download is attached as Exhibit A. The contents of the download speak for themselves, but review of them shows no post was made on February 16th, apologizing for a previous post. There are no posts whatsoever to the Facebook group Walterboro Word of Mouth. Facebook's stated retention policy for deleted posts is 30 days, so any posts deleted in the period of January 23rd to March 2nd, 2023 would not be recoverable. Okay, we're going to wait for Megan to get back to get in. This is Egg Lady. This is Egg Lady's that is her exhibit. That is her affidavit. We're going to get into that when she comes back. In the meantime, let's read these two things here. Cowpoke says, I'm reading articles about a monkey farm in Yamasi, South Carolina, Alpha Genesis Primate Research Center. Perhaps that's where she worked, because as we're going to see here in a minute, that's what she talks about, doing research at monkey farms, I guess. I was unprepared for hearing about monkey farms. Maybe that's where she worked, at the Alpha Genesis Primate Research Center. And Tina Bogale, hi from Dubai. Hello from Dubai. Thank you so much for the AED 1799. This shit is messier than the actual trial. If all of this is true, it's corruption at its finest. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to push back a little bit here, Tina. If any of this, if even a single smidge of what has been alleged in this affidavit, I mean, in the motion and in the supporting affidavits is true, if any of it is true, this is a horrific situation we're in, and you must grant a retrial. He must be granted a new trial for this if they are able to prove to the court's satisfaction even one of these issues they've raised, because this is an elected state official, a representative of the state government, telling these people he's lying. Watch what he's doing. Don't be fooled by him. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't have a smoke break. You're going to be hauled off to a hotel. Literally coming straight out and asking jurors, what is your opinion of the guilt or innocence of this person? Everybody needs to get on the same page, telling people that she's going to have these meetings with the jury foreperson that you're not allowed to ask about. All of these things. If even one of these is true, you have to just completely toss out the conviction and go back to square one and give a retrial, because this violates every principle of jurisprudence that I can possibly conceive of. So yeah, you don't even have to have, if this shit is, if even one piece of shit is true, this is a horrific case that definitely needs to be retried.
Because she wrote it in the book. It's true. Like it's we don't even have to say if anymore. The shit she admitted to in the book is absolutely jury tampering, and she admitted it. She's snitching on herself. Bruce, the lawyer on YouTube, what's his name? God, he do an entire thing about self snitching. I bet he's gonna do this.
Oh yeah, the what's his face?
I love him. He's funny.
Criminal law guy. I love him. Just think, don't self snitch.
Don't self snitch. Like she did it. It's not even, you don't even have to say if anymore, Jeff. She did it. Bruce Rivers. Yes.
Bruce Rivers, that's right. Yeah, sorry. Ken's counseling couch actually raises an interesting point. I argue the conviction should be overturned and jeopardy attached. He cannot get a fair trial, period. Okay, that would only happen under one circumstance that I'm aware of. It may, I could be completely wrong, but as I understand it, in this case, it would have to be the state. The state is prosecuting this case. It would have to be an action of the state that led to this.
But it is
the conviction being thrown out. But see, that's what I'm saying is she is an elected official. She is a representative of the state.
She's the state.
So the way I look at, there's at least an arguable possibility that this conviction should be thrown out and prejudice attached, where they cannot bring a retrial. But again, I'm assuming that there's something I'm missing, because I assume that Harpootlian and his other lawyers would have said that in their affidavit, but they're only asking for a retrial rather than prejudice to attach. So I mean, I'm sure there's something that I'm not aware of or I'm not missing, but it seems at least arguable. Yeah. Right. So I must be missing something, but at least it seems to me, with what I know, arguable that prejudice might attach. But again, I must be missing something. Otherwise, they would have asked for it. I've seen some of your comments regarding this, and I agree. No way he gets a fair trial. Again, he's probably never going to get a fair trial, and he might be convicted again. But it's a legal fiction that if you just go to the next county over, nobody would be biased and no one would have heard of him, and he can get a fair trial.
All right, we got to hurry this up because I got to get to my stream. It's supposed to be at 12. We
were waiting for you to get back, so now we're here.
I know. We're back. I'm back. Let's go.
This is we're almost done. This is the exhibit of Egg Lady Juror 785. This is her affidavit as to what she had to do with this, I guess. I was Juror 785 in this case. During the presentation of the defense case after President's Day, but before Mr. Murdaugh testified in his own defense, Colleton County Clerk of Court Rebecca Hill told jurors not to be fooled by the evidence presented to the jury by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys. In late February 2023, Ms. Hill questioned me about a Facebook post on the Westboro word of mouth page. She summoned me to speak with her alone in an office in the courthouse. She told me someone emailed her about a post my ex-husband, Tim Stone, reported. She refers to her ex as Tim Stone. She hasn't seen from him in 10 years, which purportedly stated that I made comments to him about the guilt or innocence of Mr. Murdaugh. She directly asked me whether I was inclined to vote guilty or not guilty. I told her that I had not made up my mind and I wanted to hear all evidence before deciding. Ms. Hill said the post said I had been drinking with my ex-husband and that while drunk with him, I expressed opinions on the guilt or innocence of Mr. Murdaugh. That never happened. And I told Ms. Hill it never happened. I did not go drinking with my ex-husband. In fact, I have not seen him in approximately 10 years. I asked to see the post, but Ms. Hill would not or could not show it to me. I have never seen it, and to my knowledge, no one has. Later that day, Ms. Hill told me SLED and Colleton County Sheriff's Office personnel went to my ex-husband's house and he purportedly confirmed he made the post. She told me she would reinstate a restraining order I had previously had against my ex-husband. I did not know about the apology post referencing Satan until Ms. Hill's book was published. I have since reviewed that post and can definitely state the post is not by my ex-husband. This is a person who hates her fucking ex-husband so much she hasn't seen him in 10 years, and she had 3 restraining orders against him, but she still comes forward and says, that was not done by my ex-husband. That's how much Becky Hill pissed her off. She's willing to overlook a divorce, 10 years of non-contact or non-seeing, and 3 restraining orders to come out and say, this is not my husband. My ex-husband. He does not go by Timothy. The profile picture is not him, and the phrasing of the post is not phrasing he would use. It appears to be a post by another person who happens to have the same name. It does not appear to be a post to the Walterboro Word of Mouth Facebook page. When Ms. Hill first asked me about the Facebook posting purportedly made by my ex-husband, I showed her a picture of my ex-husband. For that reason, I now believe she always knew the apology post referencing Satan was not posted by my ex-husband. Wow. So she literally said, this is my ex-husband and that ain't him. But she ran with it. On March 2nd, the day of the verdict, I received a call from my ex-husband, Tim Stone, as I was getting on a bus to travel with the rest of the jurors to the courthouse. I did not answer. This phone call upset me greatly because I asked to speak with the clerk of court, which I did by telephone using bailiff Mr. Bill's phone. Oh no, Mr. Bill! Mr. Bill's phone. I told her I was scared. She said that the Murdaughs probably got to him.
What? This woman is using this other person's trauma. This is terrible. This is terrible.
Yep. This ain't good. Ms. Hill then asked me questions about my opinion regarding Mr. Murdaugh's guilt. She asked if I was leaning one way or the other. I told her Creighton Waters' closing was good, but I still had questions. She asked me what kind of questions and I replied questions about the guns. She asked what would make me think he's innocent. I stated that no murder weapon was found. She then asked, well, what makes you think he's guilty? I said, Paul's video at the dog kennel. She then stated everything Mr. Murdaugh had said had been lies and that I should forget about the guns.
Holy crap. So that juror had reasonable doubt because she had questions about that missing weapon.
Yep, as the other guy did before he was forced and felt pressured to vote guilty because the other. So at least 3 people have had reservations. Ms. Hill then asked about the views of the rest of the jury. She told me if the 4-person would just go in and ask for a raise of hands, this would be over and done with. She said everyone needs to be on the same page. She then again said she would reinstate a restraining order I previously had against my ex-husband and that she would call Judge Newman about the restraining order. I then went to the jury room. Approximately 10 minutes later, I was excused from the jury. During the proceedings, I asked Judge Newman if he had spoken with the clerk of court. He only said that it is not because of your ex-husband. 2 weeks later, I did answer a call from my ex-husband. I angrily confronted him about the post he purportedly made because I knew I had not made the comments he claimed I made. He emphatically denied ever making any such Facebook post and genuinely seemed not to know what I was talking about.
Wow.
And this is a woman who obviously hates her ex-husband, and she's sticking up for him. On one day during my jury service, approximately 1 or 2 weeks before the verdict, 846 and 826 were in a single toilet unisex bathroom together for an extended period. They were known to do so frequently to discuss the case. 729 referred to as A and D time, referred to it as A and D time.
What does that even mean?
I guess that's their initials, I would guess. So yeah, it happens so often they nicknamed these two going into the bathroom together.
But that's not Becky's initials.
No.
What does A and D mean?
I think it's like 864 and 826 is
ass and dick time, possibly?
Oh, Megan. Megan, you're not helping us get through this quickly by doing that.
Sorry.
Megan.
Isn't A and D some kind of ointment?
Amica cream.
Amica.
If you have A and D, please consult with your physician. If your A and D lasts more than 4 hours. In the van going to the courthouse, 864 and Special Agent David Owen lied on the stand, but that nothing would happen to them. Said Special Agent David Owen lied on the stand. He's the sled guy that lied to the grand jury.
Oh.
Yeah, said Special Agent David Owen lied on the stand, but nothing would happen to him. When we visited the Moselle crime scene, Ms. Hill and 826 walked off together, avoiding other jurors in order to have a private conversation. I own a rental property which is leased to 2 tenants, Deborah Webb and Clifford Dandridge, on Saturday, February 8th, 2023. I delivered a refrigerator to the property. Okay, that was weird. I was removed from the jury on the day of the verdict because a coworker of Mr. Webb purportedly said I expressed an opinion on Mr. Murdaugh's guilt or innocence while delivering the refrigerator. That's weird. Mr. Webb then worked at Domino's Pizza in Walterboro, so the coworker would be some employee of Domino's Pizza. I do not know whether Mr. Webb actually made such a statement at Domino's Pizza or whether a coworker actually heard such a statement. After I was dismissed from the jury, I spoke with Ms. Webb and Mr. Dandridge, who both vehemently stated to me and my husband that the affidavits the prosecution drafted for their signature was not what they said to him. They told me Sled showed up at their home at 10 p.m. after they were asleep, removed them from their home, and put them in separate cars and questioned them. Wow.
Whoa, what is this? What are behind the Iron Curtain? Where are we? What the hell?
This answers the question of why Dick Harpootlian and the other lawyers did not want Sled involved when they said they were deeply involved in this. This is why they want the FBI to investigate it, not Sled. Mr. Dandridge said he told them I did not say anything about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt or innocence. Sled returned 30 minutes later again, woke them from their beds to serve subpoenas on them to appear in court the next day. They arrived at the courthouse at 9 a.m. the next day and were held for 9 hours until 6 p.m. when Sled officers or a prosecutor finally presented typed affidavits to them, saying they were their statements from the previous night that had been recorded by dash cams in the patrol cars. They said they signed the affidavits without reading them. Read the fucking things. If you sign anything, read it before you sign it, idiots. As I previously testified, I never discussed the merits of the Murdaugh case with Ms. Webb, Mr. Dandridge, or any other person present, nor did I express my opinion on Mr. Murdaugh's guilt or innocence while delivering the refrigerator or during any other interaction with them during the trial. That's Egg Lady's testimony. And I think we read this already, the transcript of the Facebook thing.
Yeah, right. That's the transcript.
Oh,
wait, no, this is the juror.
Yes, this is the juror's discussion.
All right, we'll get through it quickly.
We're almost done.
We're almost done. Okay.
The court, have you put anything on Facebook?
Not regarding the case. I put a positive post on. I gave Miss Becky my full access to my Facebook. I've put positive posts on. I've done that for the past 3 years, but
has anyone posted anything on Facebook about you and
I wasn't aware of it until Miss Becky told me today.
What did she tell me?
She asked me if I had an ex-husband. I said, yeah. She asked me if I had talked to him about the case or being on jury duty. I said, no. And I questioned her why she was asking me that. I haven't seen my ex-husband since 2014.
Does he live in the area?
He does now. He lives in Cottageville.
Okay.
And I have 3 restraining orders against him, warning.
So he's basically up to no good?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'd say a lot worse, but that's a nice way to put it.
Okay.
But she told me that I was very upset after she told me that. Like I said, I have 3 restraining orders against him. I wouldn't have anything to do with him if I didn't have a child with him, but I haven't seen him since 2014 when we got a divorce. I have talked to him within the last year because I got a call at work that my son was in jail and needed a ride home. And I did call his father and ask him to go get him, which he did not do. But other than that, I have not seen him, talked to him, or anything else since 2014 other than getting restraining orders in Colleton County, 1 in Orangeburg County, and I have 1 in Berkeley County.
Wow.
But Miss Becky said she went to look for the post again and that it had been deleted. And I don't know who she talked to or anything else, but she said apparently.
What did she tell? When did she tell you that?
It was after you let us go on that last break. I was very upset. And she came down and talked to me and said that apparently, I don't know who talked to him, but said that he was drunk and he removed the post.
So has she discussed the case with any of the jurors? Has the clerk discussed anything about this case with anyone on that jury?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, she was just discussing with.
She pulled me aside, and when we went downstairs after the last break, I want to say it was after lunch, and we came back. That's when she first told me about it, and she went back into the court. Then we went back into the court. I was kind of screening the audience to make sure that my ex wasn't out there. And she came downstairs after that break and told me that she found out that he was drunk and made a drunk post. And I don't know what happened from there. I have no clue.
And you work for.
I work at a monkey farm.
Monkey farm? What do you do there?
I work in the lab for the lab. All I do is watch monkeys. It's a testing facility where they try to come up with cures for like AIDS, cancer, leukemia.
You're happy to be here away from the monkeys for a while?
Yeah, I miss my monkeys.
Are they pretty smart, as everyone says?
They're very intelligent, and they hurt and bleed and have feelings just like you or I do. They do.
Okay. At this point in time, have you made up your mind as to the guilt or innocence, though?
I haven't. I was trying to wait on closing arguments because those are usually pretty good. I agree with her. Those are usually pretty good.
Oh, my God. No, people. Ken's counseling couch. Becky, I told you we can't call them monkeys anymore. We already had this discussion.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. No. Penalty box. 5 minutes for instigating. Go to the penalty box. Oh, no. All right. Continuing right along. Okay. Any questions either for anyone to ask? You can be Mr.
No, Your Honor.
No, sir. Okay. If you will stand right inside.
Follow her?
Follow her for a second. Gabby, just right outside. Inside the other door, but not all the way out. Juror 785 exits the room. All right. Comments?
Your Honor, I think that satisfies it. And she hasn't talked to anybody, hasn't expressed an opinion, and hasn't made up an opinion. And she's got an ex-husband that she has 3 restraining orders against him.
Well, that's understandable. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay.
They're going to bring me back to my car, right?
They didn't leave you, did they?
Yes.
Oh, they did? Law clerk. You can be the law clerk.
No, I'll get her to the bailiff, and they'll go get her. I'll go down there to a bailiff. They left. And make sure they get her home.
Breaking proceedings.
Y'all have a good night.
Okay.
Bye.
Juror 785 exits the room. Well,
I got a name now.
A name, Clifford Dandridge, B Street. Oh boy, I'm not too pleased about the clerk interrogating a juror as opposed to coming to me and bringing it to me.
I was surprised to hear that.
Yep. So, end of quote. So yeah, the juror is not the judge is not too pleased about her interrogating the juror, but he did fuck all about it.
He did nothing. And I'm sorry, that juror's testimony to the judge about what happened should have been really concerning to him.
It should have been. And this is our last affidavit about another juror. So I think we're up to like 4 or 5, lost count. We're up to 4 or 5 jurors who have given affidavits at this point. We do have to quickly get through these here. I'm reading articles about a monkey. South Carolina Alpha Genesis Primate Research Center. I know we read that. I just want to read it again once you came back. It could be that same place. Emma's Kitchen with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Telling where the juror works. Isn't that doxing? Yeah, but it's just at a monkey farm. It could be any monkey farm in South Carolina. I don't know how many monkey farms there are.
There's probably only one.
Yeah, who knows? There could be dozens of them. I wonder if 826 and Becky knew each other before. Who knows? Intrigue. And Duncan Idaho with a $20 super chat. Wasn't it extremely crazy for such a high-profile trial to be held in Colleton County Courthouse where his father's picture hung on the wall? I think it was his grandfather's picture, and they had to take it down so it wouldn't prejudice the jury because there was like a big blank spot on the wall. Yeah, where gossipy, vindictive clerks of court were scurrying to and fro. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think clearly it should have been sent to another jurisdiction, because like they controlled that county for 100 years. Jim Satala with the $20 super chat. So this lady just happens to work at the monkey farm that has the escape of those infected monkeys right around the same time. Coincidence? Well, there was an escape of
there was a staffing shortage because someone was on jury duty.
I don't think so anymore. This entire state's legal system is extremely corrupt. I didn't know there was an escape of infected monkeys in South Carolina around that time. That's weird. Finally, the amateur iconoclast. People say I have the power because I have the monkeys. No, I have the power because I will release the monkeys. First, you get the money. Then you get the monkeys. And you get the power. Oh my God. All right. The final affidavit, I believe it's the final affidavit of Holly Miller. Again, this is the paralegal of Dick Harpootlian talking about juror 326. During the meeting, met with the juror 326 at her home located at wherever. During the meeting, juror 326 relayed the following information to us. Again, this is hearsay, which they're probably going to make up for on some sort of examination if it gets to that point. Juror 326 was asked if Ms. Hill told the jurors not to let the defense mislead them. He did not specifically recall this statement, but he did recall that Ms. Hill commented to him and other jurors about the photos that would be admitted into evidence, indicating that the images would be disturbing. 326 also stated that jurors were stationed in 2 separate rooms when they were not in the courtroom. And he said he was in a room with mostly male jurors. He was not in the same room as jurors 630, 741, 785. 326 stated that Ms. Hill would visit the other room more often and that he could not hear what she was telling the jurors in the other room. Yeah, a little bit. During the trial, 326 and others discussed the case prior to deliberations. That's juror misconduct.
Wow.
He did not discuss this case with anyone outside of the jurors.
But you're not supposed to discuss it with the jurors either.
It doesn't really matter, does it?
Oh my God.
He further commented that some of the jurors were going into their office because of financial reasons and that people were talking to coworkers because coworkers wanted info.
This whole thing is just totally destroyed.
It's a shit show. Before deliberations began, 326 indicated that minor conversation led him to know who was a yes and who was a no. His vote changed with new evidence. As the jury was deliberating, the bailiff and Ms. Hill told the jurors that they could not take a smoke break during deliberations. There were 6 smokers on the jury. After the trial concluded, a group chat was formed with the jurors, but 326 dropped off the group chat because there were too many chats.
Oh, that's coming into evidence. That's going to be in discovery. That's going to be fantastic.
Group chat.
Wow.
The whole thing going to be coming in.
Yep.
When asked if he thought Clerk of Court Becky Hill was inserting herself in the process of the trial, 326 responded, "I can see this."
Wow. I am so late for my stream, Jeff.
All right.
I gotta go.
But this is the memorandum from Becky Hill.
Oh, geez. Here we go. They would. All right.
The last one. We got
No,
3
I
pages.
have to hear this. I have to hear this.
Yes. This is her. This is 2 DreamWorks, aka Texas Crew Productions LLC. This is her memorandum that they were saying was nonsensical.
Oh, right.
Dear so-and-so, I'm looking forward to your upcoming docuseries on the Murdaugh trial, and I hope you'll be able to use some of my interviews should you choose to. Because I'm an elected official, we will need to modify 3 clauses in the location agreement you presented to me as it relates to my authority. Mind you, this has already been signed and executed. Please change the word owner to Colleton County in every reference to the agreement. 3, dates and location fee. Low County Story LLC agrees to pay the Colleton County Treasury. It did go to the Colleton County Treasury, a fee of $1,000 per day for use of the Colleton County courthouse facility, so long as it does not supersede any court proceedings. Payment will be made by the close of production. Miscellaneous. Colleton County, South Carolina can only enter into a legal agreement for services if it's governed here in South Carolina, not New York. As an elected official, I have no authority outside the state of Carolina. Sincerely, Rebecca Hill. Also, in exchange for the use of the likeness of Rebecca Hill in an interview, a minimum of 0.05 second video and audio clip will accompany the usage of the first reference. The book cover for the book Behind the Doors of Justice, The Murdaugh Murder, will be shown, and audio will include Becky's introduction as clerk of court for Colleton County and author of the book. Proof of service. The end. Here we are. Your $50 filing fee will be made. Please give us a new trial. The end.
Wow. Oh, I love this comment in the chat. So, what are the odds that this is Becky's first rodeo? What other trials did she interfere with? That's a very good question, because somebody does not act with this kind of total disregard for the rules just one time. Exactly. How long is she? I want to know, how long has she been the clerk? I think the federal investigation should involve every trial that she has been a part of, and to interview every juror that she has ever spoken to find out how many of them did she do this to. How many there could be 10, 12, 50 trials that get overturned.
Right. And that's what Tina Bogel here says. The court clerk literally wrote herself to prison.
Wow. I mean, wow.
So I mentioned this happened, and you were like, what happened? And I gave you a synopsis. How did that stack up with what you've just heard for the last 3.5 hours?
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's way worse than I even could have
insane?
imagined. It's worse than I could have imagined.
And
you know what's great about it? You know what's great about it, Jeff? What's great about it is I think this will wake people up to the amount of corruption in our justice system. Hopefully people will start asking questions. How many other courthouses is this going on in? How many other juries have been tampered with? And if you are a juror out there who didn't know that this kind of thing was not allowed, and you were a part of a jury that this happened on, for God's sake, come forward. Tell somebody in any state, wherever you are, tell somebody that you were screwed around with by a clerk or by a bailiff or who knows who, a lawyer, who cares? Come forward and tell somebody, because this is people's liberty at stake. This is sitting in prison for the rest of your life for nothing.
And it's like I mentioned at the beginning. This is the government trying to take away, figuratively, a man's freedom for the rest of his natural born. And make no mistake, ALEX Murdaugh is a piece of shit human being. He's a horrific human being just for the financial crimes and stealing millions of dollars from his housekeeper's family and all of his clients and everything. Yes, he's a piece of shit, and he deserves to go to jail for 100 million years for his financial crimes. But you cannot send him to jail for the rest of his life on these murder charges with this shit. It doesn't even have to be all of this. If you can prove even one single assertion that's been made, and again, as I said, this is not just throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing what sticks. This is 4, if not 5, affidavits relating to or directly from jurors. Nearly half of the jurors coming forward and giving these affidavits after she released this book, testifying to all of these things under oath and penalty of perjury that this happened. This is the defense lawyers asking for the FBI to come in and do an investigation because SLED is so deeply involved in this. This is some serious, serious shit that is being alleged. I see literally, if they prove one single thing, and by prove, I mean bring any one of these people that signed the affidavit, bring any one of them in, put them under oath in open court, and if they repeat anything they said in their affidavit, you must give this guy a new murder trial.
God.
What do you think, Megan? What's your takeaway? I know you got to go real quick, and I'll wrap this up after you leave.
I'm shocked and horrified by all of it, and I hope that Becky goes to prison for a very long time. And I hope that we hear from more jurors on other trials that she screwed around with.
I agree. At this point, it's not Murdaugh's guilt or innocence; it's the corruption of the state in this process that freaks me out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's guilty. This trial has to happen again. It has to. And I don't believe he's guilty. But if he were, I would still think the same thing. Don't care. Do not care. Get Becky in. Put Becky in jail. Man, I want to hear her on the stand. I can't wait. Can't wait for that. Apparently, Becky has spoken out. Where?
What?
Boy, that would be dumb. That would be super dumb. Rebecca, let's see. Hill, Clerk. Let's see. News. Wait a minute. 20 hours ago. Are they just playing clips of her speaking out the first time, though? Like, you think that? No, I think they're just playing clips of her speaking out when she was first interviewed. I don't think she said anything new. I'm not seeing that she said anything new here, but I could be wrong.
Rebecca Hill on Murdaugh verdict. My breath was knocked out for a moment. No.
Yeah, that was old. That's old.
Yeah.
They may be playing clips of her media interviews.
If she's speaking out at this point, she's a fucking idiot.
She's a total moron. She should not say anything.
She
say
should,
nothing.
as you and I are talking about, she should be sitting in her lawyer's office right now saying, "What do
somebody
I
said,
fucking
Becky,
do?"
If Becky's not aware of Shut the Fuck Up Friday, shut the fuck up, Becky. And we
Yeah.
care about your civil rights too. Shut the fuck up.
Becky, I'm not your lawyer and I'm not giving you legal advice, but if I were you, I would be sitting in my lawyer's office as we speak right now.
Jesus.
All right, Megan, I know you got to go, and I'll just wrap this up after you leave. But
Tales from the Restaurant Part 2 coming on Locals as soon as I get a snack. So
when are you starting your stream?
As soon as I go get a snack. So probably, like, I know I said it was going to be at 12, but we're looking at probably 12:30 at this point.
So about 8 minutes from now.
Yeah, I'm going to go get
Everybody get on over to Locals. Megan Fox. Right, she's right there. Megan Fox, locals.com.
Use
for
promo
Tales
code,
from the Restaurant.
Promo code AJLT if you're doing monthly. That'll give you a free month. Promo code SQUATS if you want to sign up for a year.
Squat.
You'll get two free months, and I'll see ya. Bye, Jeff. Love you.
Megan Fox, thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure to have you here. We'll
You're
see
welcome.
you very, very soon.
Anytime.
Take care.
See ya.
Bye. All right, folks. That is Megan Fox. Not the thumbs, the other one. Wow. This is crazy. I mean, it's legitimately worse than I even imagined. Like I said, I skimmed through this. This is the government trying to take away someone's liberty for the rest of their life. And the government, because make no mistake, this clerk of court is an elected position. He is a representative of the government of the state of South Carolina. So by extension, the government of the state of South Carolina is engaged allegedly in these behaviors that she's doing. And if any of these, not even all of them, if one single one of these alleged incidents can be proven to the judge's satisfaction that they actually occurred, then this, as far as I can see, this judgment needs to be vacated, and she needs to definitely be punished and prosecuted. I mean, this is insane. This is ridiculous. I mean, I'm literally speechless by this. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. Unlike the Taylorship business trial, there was no complex mixture of DNA on the dildo. I guess if, silver linings. And Mike Sullivan. Hey, Mike Sullivan, what's up? $5 super chat. Becky needs to be heading to a county with no extradition. unfortunately, I think all counties in the U.S. will have like jurors. She needs to be like going to somewhere like Laos or someplace. It's not looking good for Becky. Whew. She needs, this is stunning. And like I said, the Attorney General for the state has 10 days to reply to this. So within 10 days, we're going to know what the Attorney General's position is on all of this. We will address that as soon as we learn more. So I would expect them to probably submit it 10 days from now, because that's what deadlines are for. Deadlines are to allow people to procrastinate as long as possible. So I'm guessing 10 days from now, we will be hearing from the Attorney General of the state what they think about these allegations into Ms. Hill's behavior. Lily Smith, who's been a member for 8 months, says the judge seems to be extremely biased here also. Yeah, but it's a little bit different. I mean, they're going to be searching through, if they're not, I'm sure they've already been doing for ages and ages and ages, searching through the transcript, searching through everything, trying to find places where the judge acted in a manner that is not consistent with rules of evidence law, et cetera, et cetera. But again, they've gone way out of their way to make it clear that the judge had nothing to do with this particular incident. Gigi Beauchamp, what's up? Nick not streaming now. Good to have you here, traitor. That's just kidding. We love you. Gigi, we love you. Mostest and Bestest was introduced to your channel during this trial. Really? It seems like you've been around longer than that. You just kind of seem like you've been here for forever, Gigi. Welcome. Well, thanks. Her insertion in this trial might uncover the real killer. It's going to be a mess when this happens. I mean, if it's not a mess, I will be severely disappointed. Well, we are here at the end. Nicholas is off today. I think he's streaming right now, though. All right, what we can do now. This is literally it. This is all we have to do. We're done. But there's about 20 minutes of the press conference question and answer section that we haven't covered. I don't know if you guys want, or if you guys are interested at all in hearing that. So do me a favor, quick impromptu thing. Random. What do we got going here? We've got 1,200. We got 1,150 people here in chat. If you want to watch the last 20 minutes of the press conference from Dick Harpootlian and his other lawyers, give me a 1. If you just want me to shut it down, give me a 2. Let's do that in chat. If you want the press conference, give me a 1. If you want to shut it down, give me a 2 in chat. Real quick. It's all up to you. Ones, 1, 2. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe, what are you doing giving a 2 there? Come on. Hey, Joe. Lots of, okay, there. Hey, Joe and Chris H are literally the only people. Mexican Vader, of course, wants a 69. Sean Bird wants a 69. Jinver wants a 69. Lady Autumn, she wants her 420, as does Digger. So, yeah, everybody wants a 1 except for like the basic few people. But hey, Joe, I'm surprised you wanted me to shut it down. 42. Catherine Fraser has the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything with 42. So, all right. We'll do this. We'll just finish it up. Like I said, yeah, we literally have 20 minutes of question and answer. We'll watch that, and then we'll shut it down here. Oh, Edward Lockwood wants a 69 too. The co-author gave an interview to Court TV, says KT. Really? Huh. Interesting. All right, let's bring this up. We'll watch the Q&A session, which kind of answers some of the questions we've talked about. Right, share screen, boom. Brings us back. And while we're at it, I guess we're 3.5 hours into this. Ugh. We got 1,000 people here watching and 1,379 likes. This has to be the single largest likes we've ever gotten on a single stream. To which I thank you. And I graciously accept all of your likes, all of your subscriptions. And I would ask you, if you've been watching this more than about a minute, give me your subscription, because, hey, this is what we do. Legal Vices chat. You guys are the awesome. You're the best. You're the most awesome. You're the best. if you've been here, if you are in chat right now, if you're watching this now, you are by default a member of the Vice Squad chat. You guys rock. So please give me your subscription. Let me beg just a little bit. And if you have subscribed, please double check and make sure you're still subscribed. Continue to smash that like button. We are 7 away from 1,400 likes. That is super awesome. And let's see how we've all decided on our like and subscribe poll here. 10% of you say who is Dick? Who in the Mocha Dick Poon is Alex? 15% of you say he's just guilty and it was proven by the evidence. 33% of you say he's guilty, but it was not proven by the evidence. And 42% of you basically say straight across the board he was not guilty. So what that means is literally 75% of you, 3/4 of you say he should have been acquitted. That's a pretty big number. And Tank Rat has just gifted another 20 Legal Vices membership. I thought you could only do 50 a day. Have you done 60? How have you done 60 memberships? That's weird. I mean, I'm not complaining, mind you, and neither should any of the 20 that got them. Oh, okay. Yeah, like, how did you do that? How did you manage to give 60? Or am I just hallucinating? I thought no, you have given 60 Legal Vices memberships today. I didn't know that was possible. But thank you so much. That's if you're one of the 60 people that have got a membership from Tank Rat, give him a super special shout out and thanks. That is awesome. Wow. Citizens United negating what? Citizens Uniting negating technology for life and people's safety. League of Vices is always like this. You're just noticing it. Yeah. Nice. Tank Rat comes in under the wire. Thank you so much. And Lily Smith of the $5 super chat. There have been persecuting and prosecuting conservatives for ages now. If you have any sense at all, you'll leave California or New York. Can't argue with that. Tank Rat coming in hot with the gifts. You're a mention, a gentleman. Right. Let's get back to the legal team here and watch the answer session.
We observed it. We did. No, I was there. Oh yeah. I was there. I watched it. But I mean, look, we were not looking to impute any nefarious conduct. But clearly, what the jurors reported to us, that they were off talking, the forelady and the clerk. I saw them together, but I wasn't watching. I believe. Look, I've been doing this almost 50 years. The bedrock of any trial, and I've done hundreds of them, is that the clerk of court is the person that makes sure the jury gets their food.
Right.
If they're put up for the night, someplace to stay, their travel accommodations are met. They're not someone that ever should talk to them about the case. I've never had it happen. Again, I've been doing this for a very long time.
That's what the clerk of court does. She's the jury wrangler. That's the end.
Everyone to understand that the clerk of court is an elected official by the people, not appointed by the judge, not appointed by the judiciary. It's a public official who's elected and is an independent state actor. And so what we are complaining about in the motion that we filed today is the conduct of an elected official, not conduct by Judge Newman or anybody in the unified court system.
Again, just totally saying the judge had nothing to do with this.
She is a state actor, and that's why we forwarded today a letter to the U.S. Attorney asking them to open an investigation into the violation of ALEX Murdaugh's civil rights by a state actor under color of state law.
I believe you guys had 4 jurors that you had affidavits for in the paperwork you filed. Did they reach out to you, or did you guys reach out to them?
Well, this is an interesting story. Let Jim tell you.
So immediately in the aftermath of the verdict, we had received information that we needed to look into what happened in the jury room. We started down that road and we met a zone of silence. No jurors would speak to us. And so we were.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about. He's saying that like they heard there was something going on. They tried to talk to everybody, but nobody would talk to them.
You know what I like to call, we were given the Heisman, right? And then when the clerk of court wrote her book, published her book, that zone of silence collapsed, and jurors were upset about that, the ones we talked with, and they were more than willing to come forward and tell us the things that we had sort of heard through a whisper campaign. But and so as a result of that, we were able to interview some jurors. Now there's still a number of jurors.
Oh yeah, definitely, Tofo.
Zone of silence who have not talked to us. We did try to reach out to most all of them that we could get in touch with, but we, you know, the information we got, I can tell you, was independent of each juror. The first juror we talked to, we got information about Ms. Hill saying, "Don't be fooled." And then the second juror, independent of the first juror, says the same thing, and the third juror, independent of the other two, say the same thing. And so we're very confident that the information is accurate.
Well, and what ask them. I mean, we don't have any control over that. We just did receive a notice from the Court of Appeals that the Attorney General has 10 days to respond to our motion. Okay.
Yeah, so like I was saying, we should know in 10 days what the Attorney General's response is.
So long is that once we had that initial contact with that first juror, we began going around. We had a list and knocking on, literally on Sundays, knocking on jurors' doors, asking them to speak with us. Some of them wouldn't come out. Some of us told us never to come back. But some did, and some talked to us. I'll give you an example. And one of the things we heard was once the jury went out, even though there were six smokers and they were given smoke breaks,
Daredevil retired and started eating carbs.
Once the jury went out, they were told no more smoke breaks. No, you're not.
That's
people that
funny.
want nicotine, you're gonna have to get a verdict first. I mean,
If you want
that
nicotine,
kind of
you have to
stuff.
get
Now,
a
that
verdict.
Indicates.
Yeah, see, I mean, that's shitty. If you want nicotine, you got to get a verdict in first. Again, as we said earlier, literally struggling, fighting drug withdrawals.
Something, and the court would be the one to communicate that. Why? So a bunch of folks told us stuff that appeared to be inconsequential, but in the
We don't need a Gosney. We have illegal vices. What's wrong with legal vices? I'm here.
About the court is credible, and based on sworn testimony from two jurors, and we interviewed a third. My paralegal Holly Miller has given you an affidavit or filed an affidavit on what she told us. A lot of these folks just don't want to get involved, but they're going to be involved if we get a hearing, because each and every one of them is going to have to testify in an open court before you as to what happened.
Right. These jurors that didn't want to testify, these juries that, as he said, Heisman them, they are all of these jurors are going to be subpoenaed, called in, and forced to testify under oath as to exactly what Ms. Hill did if they're given this trial, if they're given this hearing, sorry.
And what didn't happen. Wait, one at a time. Who?
It would appear that Judge Newman was at least aware of some of the allegations that you talked about in your motion. For example, the Facebook post with juror 785, and the judge actually said, "Oh boy, I'm not too pleased about the clerk interrogating a juror as opposed to coming to me and happening to me."
And that's a good point. There's no suggestion that the judge.
Too late, Angst Kitten. Too late.
But what that does do, if it comes back, he may end up being a witness.
Well, it might.
So
Whoa. He's saying the judge may end up being a witness, and that is not out of the realm of possibility, because the judge was in on these discussions about her pulling this juror into a room, questioning her alone, and all of these other things. So, I mean, that is not an idle threat. That is not an idle statement. The judge Judge Newman could very well be called in as a witness in this. That is interesting.
But until the Court of Appeals acts, that issue does not have to be dealt with.
If the fact is that the court was aware of some of these issues but still didn't intervene, how concerned are you?
We don't know. We don't know that he didn't intervene. That's why I'm saying he's a witness. We need to know.
That this evidence is strong enough such that it could have changed the verdict had it been introduced in trial.
You know, that's not the legal test. The legal test is the subject matter prejudicial to the defense. It's not would it have made a difference in the outcome. was the subject matter of the improper private conversation material to the defense? If it's immaterial, like what do you want to have for dinner?
Yeah, but if these chickens are coming home to roost daily quick bites, at least bring those chickens home to roost ethically, morally, legally, and under the rules of evidence in the Constitution of the United States.
On how you should receive ALEX MURDAUGH's testimony. You should look at him. Don't be fooled by him. That subject matter is absolutely material. That's the core of our defense. And that is something that we had no chance to defend against. And so we strongly believe if that evidence is accurate, and the law will require a new trial.
If this is all true, do you think the clerk should be criminally charged?
No comment.
Well, I can't talk about attorney-client privilege information. I can tell you that when I shared with him the affidavits, he's a lawyer. He was astonished. He was shaking. He was in disbelief, and he thanked Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, and myself for spending our weekends on dirt roads in Colleton County.
And by the way, we've seen more of Colleton County on dirt roads, in places we're city boys, we didn't believe existed in this state, looking for folks that would talk to us. A lot of doors slammed in our face. A lot of doors slammed in our faces. I'm sorry? No comment. I'm sorry, what?
They won't comment on whether Becky Hill should have her job or not. The answer to that is, of course, fucking not. She shouldn't have her job. But of course, they can't comment. And look at all of these microphones here. There's like a bajillion microphones. You think they called the media in for this? They summoned the media, and the media came. Yeah. Do you think Becky should keep her job? We're not going to comment on that. Yeah.
No comment. A lot of doors slammed in our face. A lot of doors slammed in our faces. I'm sorry? No comment. I'm sorry, what?
Transcripts there as well. Was this not something that happened very quickly? The fact that you guys are alleging it didn't exist at all and perhaps was conspired to be created to get this juror dismissed?
Yes.
That's a very serious allegation.
It's all serious. Everything we've alleged, everything in those affidavits is serious. This is a very serious matter. And
not just one thing. Every single instance that they cite is serious.
See in the sworn testimony that's been filed today is Ms. Hill told the court that there was a Facebook post by this juror's ex-husband. The ex-husband has filed an affidavit saying, "I've never posted a Facebook post." Ms. Hill in her office says he must have deleted it. We can't find it. But they produced a Facebook post from someone with the same name apologizing for an earlier Facebook post, and that Satan made him do it, and et cetera, et cetera. And Ms. Hill related that as being this juror's ex-husband. Ms. Hill had this juror's ex-husband's photograph. You can match them up. They don't match. And what we do know, and we laid it out in detail in our brief, is that the apology Facebook post was posted, I think, on February 16th, and said we had deleted it the day before, February 15th. Ms. Hill is telling Judge Newman on February 23rd that I just saw this Facebook post. Impossible. Impossible. We also have in there sworn testimony that Ms. Hill told this juror that SLED went out and confirmed with her ex-husband that he posted that. Not true, according to the sworn testimony.
And Phil Barber and I and Howie Miller from my office went down and interviewed the ex-husband, and he allowed us to, I wouldn't know how to do it, but Phil did, to download his entire.
Chandler Remington is behind.
None of that is in there. So, I mean,
oh my God.
What we can do, we're not the police. You know, we have no way to compel anybody to talk to us or give us anything. We've asked very nicely. Now, I will say this. The two jurors that gave affidavits have an attorney, Joe McCullough, who was skulking around here a moment ago back there. So if you want to know about those two jurors, you may want to have a chat with him.
What's the motivation of the jurors?
Wait, what?
What's the motivation, do you think, of the jurors talking to you? Are they upset with the clerk?
I think they were upset with the way things went, and the clerk, I think they made very well. Well, yes, they're upset with the clerk. They're upset with the way this played out.
Are they regretting their vote?
Can't comment on that.
The Facebook post, the person who posted the original post, have you ever gotten an opportunity to speak with them?
No. I mean, the original post, we don't know whether it ever existed.
I don't think it existed. I really don't think that original post existed.
No, we did not speak. Well, as you know, having talked to the FBI before, no. They're not going to tell us anything.
In your letters to the U.S. Attorney, you mentioned the importance of having the FBI investigate as opposed to SLED, for example. Can you talk about the importance of having the FBI involved?
Well, having anybody but SLED investigate it. SLED is very invested in this conviction. How invested? Well, the agent, David Owens,
alien pipe is in the other room. I don't have it anywhere near me right now. Remind me tomorrow or Friday, and I'll get it. I'm sorry, I can't do it right now.
SLED made him this year's Law Enforcement Officer of the Year.
What?
So is that the agency that ought to be going to jurors?
Wait, whoa.
Tim admitted two things. One, he perjured himself.
This is the SLED officer here.
Well, having anybody but SLED investigate it. SLED is very invested in this conviction. How invested? Well, the agent, David Owens, that testified under cross-examination by Jim, admitted two things. One, he perjured himself in front of the grand jury.
He admitted
and two,
to that.
He fabricated evidence.
Yes, he did.
Made
He admitted
him
to that.
this year's Law Enforcement Officer of the Year.
Get the
So
fuck
is that
out.
the agency that ought to be going to jurors? I don't think so.
This guy that fabricated evidence and admitted to lying to the grand jury was voted to be the SLED Officer of the Year? What fucking bizarro world are we living in? This is exactly why they want SLED to have nothing to do with this investigation, because it apparently is the most fucking corrupt organization in that entire area. And they've decided the FBI will do a better job investigating this than the local authorities. That is the most freaking messed up thing I've heard in minutes.
The court, if this is remanded back, the trial court should pick somebody else. If the FBI is not doing it, then there's the sheriff's departments, there are other folks, not colleges.
Of course, Ghostery, of course.
They could go out and interview jurors or bring them to court. I mean, all these jurors are going to end up testifying anyway. There may not be any reason to go out and interview them. They may just put a subpoena on them, bring them to court.
Something about the zone of silence.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that would happen if we get the hearing that we've requested. That's why we've requested the hearing, so that we can get subpoena power, and we can get some subpoena, not just individuals come to court, jurors come to court, witnesses come to court, but subpoena records, phone records, for example, emails, for example. I mean, so with a hearing, we have a broad array of assets at our disposal to bring evidence to court. Right now, we've got nothing except Dick's Mercedes and dirt roads in Collin County. No, we've not had any juror contradict.
Sorry.
Other jurors saying what you saw.
Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, it's the right window. I just had to scroll down.
The jurors were separated in two rooms.
I did not purposely do that.
From guys in one room, gals in another room. I don't know if that was appropriate. Men in one room, females in another room.
That is strawberry snoring.
The comments that we've gotten on the sworn affidavits come from the ladies' room, if you will, more so than the men's room. But
wait, hang on. What the fuck have I done?
Information that we submitted from one juror where he does acknowledge that she talked to him about evidence, about autopsy photos, and don't be upset about them. I mean, that should not be happening. That should not be happening. And this juror is a smoker, and he relayed to us basically the coercive effect of people who have a nicotine habit not able to smoke
until they reach a verdict.
And so that's what we got.
Wait a second. Yeah. Do what now? Yeah, I mean, I'll read it for you after we get done with this, but I don't think I ought to keep all these folks doing that. Well, you got to get a new trial before you get there, and that's that's not something we're going to talk about today. And, yes, ma'am. We don't. Well, we know some of the statements were made in front of the jurors in the one jury room. Now, understand I think there are only 6 jurors in that room, or maybe 8. I'm not sure, but not all the jurors would have been present for all the statements. Clearly, they were given in one room or the other.
And just to be clear, the catalyst for like reinvestigating this was the publication of the book.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we didn't stop investigating, but
so this is the question: did her publication have anything to do with them coming forward?
But we were hitting brick walls until her book came out, and then jurors who obviously were not comfortable with how she handled matters were even less comfortable with her going on a book tour and making money off what she did. That's what was reported to us.
Now, she had said her book is self-published. That really doesn't sound like somebody who's going to
We,
What do you say to that? Somebody says, well, she's self-published.
Well, she's trying to make a lot of money. That's the point. I mean, she's trying to make money off of it. She's selling the book. I mean, the question is, was it a successful scheme? I don't know. I mean,
no, it wasn't.
If you read it, I'm not going to give a book review here, but I don't know that you buy the book. It's not well written.
No, it's not well written.
She tells is not accurate.
It's terribly
in our
written.
opinion, at least the facts as we saw them.
It's a horribly written.
Well, you know, the problem I have with what she says in there is, after going to Moselle, we, if you notice, she used the plural we, felt such and such and such and such. Is that the jurors and her? I mean, I think that's great cross-examination for her when she testifies in this matter before the trial judge. If the Court of
Yes,
Appeals sends her.
cross-examine, examiner, cross-examination her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Want all y'all there. We miss you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you said you're investigating. So along your investigations into the alleged misconduct and these allegations, have you uncovered any additional things that you would present in a second trial?
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah. If we are lucky enough to get a second trial, you have to wait and see. You know, we're not going to disclose any of that today.
What is your optimism for getting for this motion?
I'm very optimistic that ultimately we will get a new trial. How long that'll take, I don't know. We've not reached out to Clerk Hill. We had reached out to some other folks, and based on the information we received, we thought it would be pointless to reach out to her.
What now? We're focused on getting him a new trial. That's what we've been
Right.
Anything else? No? Thank you so much. Let me read this statement to him real quick.
That's a great way to end this thing. Did you hear that? It's hot out. What'd you say? He says like really hot out here. What did he say? Oh God, it's hot out here. It sure as shit is.
Statement to him real quick.
No shit. God, it's hot out here. No shit. That's a mic drop and walk off. That is the end of the press conference. And we've got Snoring Strawberry over here. If you can hear Snoring Strawberry. Oh, and of course, as soon as I say that, she stops snoring. There we go. Here's some Snoring Strawberry for you. Yeah. She's getting her snore on. Yoda's pretty quiet. Yoda is usually the loudest snorer of the group, but today Yoda's being quiet, which is fine. All right. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Thinking out loud. Wow. All right. Well, let's read through these, then we can wrap this up. First of all, someone had mentioned that Court TV had done an interview, or the co-author of her book had spoken out. I did see that. Apparently it's a 27-minute video. I will look at that tomorrow, and we might review that on Friday. Tomorrow will be with Chandler Remington. Hey, I've seen this popped up here in the chat. Awesome to see you, Chandler. Chandler and I will be doing our OJ Simpson retro stream tomorrow. Friday will be the Johnny Depp Amber Heard transcript reading, sidebar transcript reading day 5 with whoever can make it to that. We might do the video as well, the Murdaugh video as well. If not, we'll do it probably next week. But I'll watch it and see if it's something that is worth watching, or if it's just a rehashing of everything we went through during the 4 hours today. But Duncan Idaho has brought in the $5 super chat. This is truly effing disgraceful. I could not agree with you more, Duncan Idaho. It seems like a kangaroo court during the trial, but this level of interference by all levels of the government is Soviet. Preach. And Ike Evneris, the $20 Aussie chat, just found out you were live. Well, we've been live for like 4 hours. If there is a retrial, I hope there can be a change of venue. The judge's bias was obvious. Well, I think there'll have to be at least a change of judges, because as they were saying, Judge Newman could potentially be a witness in at least part of the matter, which should disqualify him. But I think it has to go at least to another county in the state, but we'll see. That's a tough legal call. Common sense wise, that should be the case, but law and common sense don't always intersect. And William Brown with the $10 super chat. Senior Special Agent David, it was only a little perjury 0-3 with the South Carolina law. That's what SLED is. I couldn't for the life of me remember what SLED stood for. It's the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Was named State Law Enforcement of the Year for 2023. Yeah, that's the bullshit they were just talking about. That is ridiculous. That's stupid. It is literally just stupid. I got nothing else. There's no other way of describing it. Well, any other way of describing it would get me demonetized. Duncan Idaho again with the $5 super chat. Can you put up a 10-hour loop video of Strawberry snoring? I think it would be critically acclaimed and very popular. Every time I stop talking, she gets quiet. Oh, well. And the amateur iconoclast says, I can't imagine why the jurors would come forward after she wrote a book implicating them in juror misconduct. Well, the jury didn't necessarily do anything I think that's punishable to them. They did things they shouldn't have done, and she talks about that. And the affidavit sets it out. But they're saying that they were coerced into it. They were saying that for whatever reason, it's not something I think is going to punish the jurors. The jurors coming forth and sort of banding together against her is actually a pretty smart move. They're doing it independently. So don't look at me, look at her. I think that's actually kind of a smart thing to do. And the writer 24, can you make a quick summary of what is happening for those of us coming into this late? Oh my God, how do I summarize this? How do I summarize this mess? Okay, let me read you the text I sent Megan Fox earlier when I asked. I said I absolutely, because we were going to be doing the Depp Heard sidebar transcript reading today, but I sent her a message that I absolutely have to bump Depp to talk about the Murdaugh shiz. She said, what the hell happened? And this is kind of the summary here. The court clerk was allegedly manufacturing evidence to get Murdaugh sympathetic jurors thrown off the jury, telling jurors not to be fooled by Murdaugh's testimony, telling them they couldn't take breaks until they finished deliberating, saying it shouldn't take long to reach a verdict, or they'll be confined to a hotel, holding secret meetings with the jury foreman in the bathroom during the trial, etc., etc., etc. That is kind of the short form answer to what happened today. Definitely go back to the beginning and watch this, because this is crazy. This is insane. And it's very, very serious, and it has implications for everybody in this. It doesn't even have to be anything. It doesn't have to be everything. It doesn't have to be half. Any single one of these allegations, if it's proven by the defense, should have no other effect than getting a retrial. This is very, very serious. And you've got what it is, and the Attorney General has 10 days to respond. So we'll come back and look at this to see what the Attorney General's response is right around the end of next week. It's disheartening. It's frustrating. It's wrong. It's unethical, but it happens. Stupid dogs. All right. Will the AT be sober? Well, I don't know. Judging what they've seen, I doubt it. Whatever. Right. Here's what's coming up for me in the near future. Just time to shut this down. We've been going for 4 hours. My 2-hour stream has been going on for 4 hours. Tomorrow will be Chandler Remington and I doing O.J. Simpson, as we do every Thursday. We were watching parts of the O.J. Simpson trial just for fun, just for giggles, and it's kind of a chill stream. It's the worst performing, worst attended stream of the week, but it's fun. We just sit around and talk and chill and watch the O.J. Simpson trial from 28 years ago, almost 29 years ago. Friday, we'll probably be doing the Depp v. Heard sidebar transcript readings. If all goes according to plan, I will be on on Eric Hundley's podcast, the Laid Back News. That's the name of the channel. Go check out Laid Back News. I should be on there Friday. I guess it'd be like you're all Friday noonish Eastern time. And whatever else happens over the weekend, I'm not sure. Next Monday will be a Maritime Monday stream. Next Friday, the 15th, will be my Fuck It Friday stream. And if you're not familiar with the F It Friday streams, what we do there is we just grift for money. That's it. It's just like the once a month we grift, so we don't have to really do it any other days of the month. I try to liberate as much money as possible from your back pocket. Meanwhile, I have an amazing lineup of guests. We just sit here. People come and go as they please. We have a very, very, very chill stream. And that's what we do. It's $100 shots, basically. If you give $100 super chat, we take a shot of premium whiskey, and it crushes my heart to waste premium whiskey like that. Otherwise, the accumulative amount of $100, we just take a shot of something regular. It's just a fun way of grifting. It's a drunk stream. It's a once a month drunk stream, and that's what we do. I'm just scrolling here to see if we can bring up the guest list from last F-It Friday. I have to scroll down a couple of weeks here in my Twitter feed. Sorry. But just to let you know a little bit of what happens on these F-It Friday streams. All right, here we are. The F-It Friday stream last month. Here we are. Right. Last month, the guests, some showed, some didn't. Steph the Alter Nerd, Camelot 331, Ricada Law, Drex, Lila Hart, Laura De Laguna, Nicholas Starov, Chandler Remington, Nina Infinity, Radix Verum, Runkle of the Bailey, Natalie Wisco, Ari Jacob, Megan Fox, Flux, Waifu Kron Jess, Ozzy Overlord, Potentially Criminal, Sean, Andrew Branca, Lincoln Kane, and others. That was last month's lineup. Should be similar this month. It's a fun thing where you just bring your coins, throw them at me, have fun with the guests, and grift, griftathon, booze, that kind of stuff. That'll be next Friday. And also, I owe you guys a 24-hour stream. We're sitting right now right around 63,700 subscribers. I still owe you for the 24-hour stream for 50,000 subscribers. So I'm thinking, not confirmed, but I'm thinking that either the 22nd or 23rd of September will be my 24-hour stream. No idea what I'll do for 24 hours, but 24 hours is demanded by the chat. I've never done a 24-hour stream, so I don't know what you're talking about, Daily Quick Bites. I've never done a 24-hour stream. The longest stream I've done, I think, was about 12 hours, like just shy of 12 hours. So I'm thinking Steph the Alter Nerd was not here this last time. She got caught up on some drama on her own stream that she had to talk about, some Markle news, but it's the first one she's missed in a long time. So she'll be here again. Yeah, it's $100 shot. That's a premium sipper. The aggregate $100 is just like a lower tier, which is not a very much lower tier, but like I said, it's just all fun and games. But the 24-hour stream, I'm looking probably, like I said, at either the 22nd or 23rd of September. And we'll be having a members only stream, probably Sunday morning Eastern time, just to say thanks for everybody. We haven't done one for a while. And that's what we have on the horizon. Stay tuned. Follow me on Twitter at The Legal Vices to keep up to date on all of the streams and what we're talking about. Cocaine, Jeff, you'll do cocaine. No, I won't. Monkeys escape frequently. Right. Okay, everybody. It's time to wrap this up. We're kind of on the downhill side of things. And it's 2:00 in the morning. I got to be awake in 5 hours to go to work and do my Thursday work in the office. So everybody, I just want to give you a special super thanks for staying here as long as you did. Mods that have been here from the beginning for the last 4 hours, like Alan and Digger and everybody. You mods are the greatest mods that have ever lived on planet Earth, and I'm so glad you're here. Chat, Vice Squad chat is the best chat on the internet. Fight me. I will fight anyone that says otherwise to the death. You guys are the greatest chat on the internet. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the ridiculous amount of support shown. Thank you so much for the subscriptions, for the views. We got 1,475 likes. Just do me one favor for the 892 of you that are still here. 25 of you, just get down there and hit that like button. Just hit that like. Let's get to 1,500 likes in a single stream. That would be so awesome. Let's get to 1,500 likes. We need 24 more to get to 1,500 likes. Let's wrap up the poll. We have the like and subscribe poll. Let's see where you all sat on this. What did you think about the outcome of the Alex Murdaugh trial? 10% of you said, "Who's Alex Murdaugh? Who in the Mocha-Dick Poon is Alex Murdaugh?" 15% of you said guilty and proven beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence. 33% of you said guilty, but not proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the evidence. And 42% of you said not guilty straight across the board. That is the end of the poll. We currently need 13 more people to get to 1,500 likes. Do it. Hey, I saw you here earlier, but I didn't get a comment. Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole. That's a mouthful. Saw you here earlier. Good to see you here. I was watching your stream a little bit earlier. Which stream was it? I was watching a stream of yours. I'm not sure. I don't think it was the one you did. I don't think you did one today, did you? Dang it, I was watching something earlier. What was I watching? But anyway, everybody needs to go over to Legal Minded Friends Karen Cole. That's kind of fun stuff. We can have a slumber party. That's right. Looking at something here. Just a second. Bear with me. Bear with me, folks. Yeah, I'm trying to think here. Watching. It was the Lori Vallow Daybell House sentencing factors from a month ago. That's what I was watching earlier today. So yeah, go to Legal Minded Friends Karen Cole and subscribe to her. Horrifically and unjustifiably undersubscribed. 740 subscribers. She needs like 74,000. She needs more than me. Get over there and check her out. You will not regret it. Let's see. Jeff has done some long streams, however, never a 24-hour. Yeah. So I think just a hair under 12 hours was the best I've ever done. Was the longest I've ever done. All right. We're going to wrap this up now. Thank you again so much. I got to get to sleep. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We hit the 1,500 mark. We're at 1,504 now. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much, mods. Thank you so much, chat. We'll see you tomorrow. Join me for a relaxed, chill stream with Chandler Remington as we watch bits and pieces of the O.J. Simpson trial from 28 years ago. Until then, people, whatever you do and whoever you do it with, always make sure that you have a snoring bulldog next to you and enjoy your legal biases.